Yo, what's up, guys? It's about 10:30 a.m. I've been in a town called Xela, second biggest city of Guatemala, and I've been thrown for a loop, man. This town is sitting 8,000 elevation, and I've had a tough time. I've just been laying in bed all day, every day. I've never felt this high altitude before, so it's thrown me for a loop. So I'm going to leave this town today, I think, and get on a bus, head to somewhere else, lower elevation. The last city I was in was 6,500 feet, which is pretty high, but it seems like this extra 1,500 feet, it's kind of like it's too much for me to handle. Uh, I did a bunch of laundry yesterday, but I washed it around 4 p.m. yesterday. It's still wet, a lot of it. This drying, washing thing's not working out too good. I was just putting on some underwear and shorts that are wet. Those pants hanging from the bathroom door are still wet. I have to deal with it, I guess. But I'm gonna go get some coffee and we're gonna walk around a little bit. Gotta pack up and leave. I thought it was first. I was just yesterday. I just thought I was tired from the streaming and stuff, which maybe that was true, but I shouldn't be feeling like that today. So I think it's maybe has more to do with the elevation. Okay, I need about 10 minutes to pack up here, guys. I'm gonna go check out this hotel here. Oh man, where my glasses at? Green t-shirts remind you of army. I didn't think about that when I bought the t-shirt, but actually, I like this shirt. It's been performing well. Holy shit, I got a headache. Hopefully, I can make it to the coffee shop, man. I got a headache. I'm dizzy. This altitude's messing me up big time. Oh, I did feel something like when I was in that last time. It's been getting higher and higher elevation. Like 65. I felt like yeah, this is getting kind of too high, but I didn't know this time was 8,000. I might have actually not even came. Well, I did want to come here. I was going to come here no matter what, but Yeah, it's 8,000 feet, 7,800, I think. But there are parts of the city that are actually like close to 8,000 feet. So like 2,300 meters high. But I don't know. I was in Bogota for a week. Bogota is the same. It's like 8,000 feet too. I was looking on Wikipedia, highest elevated cities. But I did get sick for Bogota when I first got there for a few days, but it was like more of a cold, I thought. So I don't know if I had altitude sickness or there. I don't remember having it. Maybe I was, but something hit me here, the altitude sickness. Or, maybe it was just a combination of things. Maybe I was just legitimately tired too. It was a combination of the two yesterday. And then I needed a break yesterday, but maybe today I get some coffee and some pastries. I'll be feeling all back to normal. See, I washed my pants yesterday, and they're not too bad. Actually, I could wear these; they'd probably just dry out. In fact, I think I might do that. I might switch these pants. They actually dried out. They're not too bad right now. A little bit moist. Did my laundry yesterday. You can wear clothes when you're walking around. That will kind of dry them out. Just the wind and stuff and the outdoors. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. But if you're in a cold environment, that might be rough. It's not too cold here. It gets a little cold at night because of the elevation, but oh man, it's like every time you move, you gotta catch your breath. It's like you take 2 feet, you're out of breath. Yo, what's up, Jeff? I'm in Quetzaltenango, uh, Guatemala. Getting ready to leave here. It's 8,000 elevation. It's doing my head in. I can't walk a couple feet without losing my breath. I'm gonna get out of this city, take a bus today, but I'm gonna spend a few hours here first. There's a lot of cool stuff in this city. Like I'm gonna just kind of. I didn't get a chance to do much streaming because I took a break yesterday. I was in bed all day yesterday, but we'll walk around a little bit and yeah, get some coffee, some pastries, and yeah, just start streaming, man. Elevation will wipe you out. Yeah, yeah. Jonathan North told me the same thing. White Ross says elevation will wipe you out. That's why I hate going back to Colorado. I used to live in Colorado, but this is like high up in the mountains elevation, Colorado. Like Denver, Fort Collins, where I used to live, the elevation was 5,000 feet. This town's 8,000 feet. You know, last time was 6,500 feet, and this 8 to 6,500 is like a big difference. I'm just like it's throwing me for a loop. So I think yeah, I think it's time. I think Guatemala City is only like 5,500 feet or something, so it's more normal. It's something you can get used to. It's not like you can get used to the elevation. Obviously, the locals are, but I'm not. Ohio's only like 500 feet or nothing. Elevation, and Thailand's low elevation. Places I've been recently. I don't know when the last time I've been in a high elevation place. Maybe Mexico. It's not as high as here. Most of it. Yeah, I'm gonna go walk to breakfast after I check out of this hotel. I'm packing up. Gotta eat that breakfast. I will say this shirt dries out really good. This is the shirt that Michael gave me. Well, it's dried out pretty good. Yeah, it's dried out pretty good. So I washed this shirt too. It's dried out good, but I have that for tomorrow, I guess. I think it's not so much the clothes can't dry. I think it's these rooms. They don't have enough. A lot of these hotel rooms in Guatemala, they don't have like very good ventilation. So a lot of times it's been really bad. Like those hostels, it was just a sweat box. There was no ventilation in like the coffin style room bed you're in. You know, there's no fan either. They don't use fans that much in this country. I don't know why. You need like that because I had these clothes drying for like 18 hours, so that's a lot of time to dry. But you need some like airflow, circulation. That's what helps dry clothes too. There's like no airflow, you know. What I'm gonna do is put these on the outside of my backpack so they get a little drier that way. These clothes here. Backpacking ain't easy, my dudes. You flash pack, you know, you just got a big suitcase of clothes and they do all your laundry for you. Suppose there's advantages to backpacking too. You don't have to carry that suitcase around and stuff. But it's kind of like some days you kind of think maybe I should just be a normal traveler. So, oh man, in fact, it's so not easy. Hardly anybody does it anymore. Yeah, I saw those hot springs. Man, like, these pants are pretty wet. I guess they'll get dry when I'm walking around. A lot of people travel, but they don't go like to the backpacker. I don't see that many backpackers nowadays anymore, anywhere in the world. Like this is a backpacker country, or supposedly, or was, but I see a lot of just kind of normal travelers, you know, families and you know people high in the hog a little bit, you know. But see too many budget broke backpackers around. think guys like Wander, Nirvana, and Gabriel Traveler, they're in their early 50s or something. They're like the end of a long line of backpackers. They're the last Mohicans. Yeah, they're not anymore. It's people on their phones, and there's a lot of people traveling more than ever, but nobody's like a backpacker anymore. They're just kind of normal travelers, and that's kind of how I have been a backpacker. But I've been more of a normal traveler throughout my life than I have been a backpacker. I've only been a backpacker in brief periods of time. Now, I was a business traveler for many years. I was Pattaya traveler. I was, a lot of different types of travelers. I've worn a lot of different traveler hats in my day, but never been a full time backpacker. I am kind of one now. This trip has been a backpacker style. So is some of my Thailand travels recently. So I have been recently, but I don't know. Maybe I prefer the normal travel. Just I think I might prefer it. I don't want to stay in hostels, man. I stayed at hostels 2 nights in a row in Antigua. It was real cheap, $6 a night, but I did not have a good time staying there. Well, I was a business traveler in my 30s. I used to go to Japan all the time for business. And I go to Thailand for a holiday from there. I gotta be careful. I don't get sick, guys. I'm wearing this wet underwear and wet wet pants. See, if Kelly came, we would have been split in a room like this. I don't know if he would have been too happy here. It's okay, but it's kind of rough. Some of the hotel reviews say, but it's okay. I guess it's kind of a rough place. They do have 4 beds, so we probably would have been splitting some of these beds. I think I'm just about packed up, guys. Last of the Mohicans, the last backpackers. think it was a good time to be. The Gen Xers were pretty badass, man. You know, like the people born around 1970. That was my best friend was born like 72, but early 70s, a little bit before my time. They had the electronic music revelation. They had the backpackers. That's when places like Ibiza, Worldwide, Pattaya were taken off. And it was Gen X that did all that. They were in their 20s and 30s in the 90s and 2000s. But see, I'm close enough in age to those people. They're in their like 50s, early 50s and stuff now that I kind of got to experience a bit of that myself, the tail end of it, you know. I kind of know, like, whereas, like, I feel like the younger generations, even like Jonathan Norris, Ben Newton's, you know, because they're in their 30s, they didn't really get to experience that, maybe, or see that. The Gen X, you know, travelers and backpackers and partiers of the 90s and early 2000s, they kind of set the stage, you know. But if you didn't really start doing that until the 2010s, you kind of had to come into this in like the 2000s. If you came in the 2010s, you didn't, when the era of the smartphone and stuff, you didn't get to see that. You know, you came into this lifestyle, this travel, nomadic lifestyle. So, but like I said, they're, you know, they're going the way of the dodo bird. It's new generations now, so the new generation is all about Bitcoin and smartphones and apps. It's just a different generation, I guess. Video games. And but not every Gen Xer saw that either. You had to be, you know, you had to be kind of a traveler, adventurer in those times in the 90s and 2000s. Some guys, you know, but you didn't have to be a traveler. Like some of that was at home too. So, you know, you just have to just be a traveler. Had good music, you know, a lot of great music, and it was good times. Ben's a backpacker, but like I said, he didn't get to see the good times of being a backpacker. I don't know if he did. I don't know when he started traveling, but he's not old. I don't think he's old enough. You had to be around like early 2000s to about 2005 or 6 was the cutoff. Maybe 2007. That's why a lot of the expats say that was the good old days of Southeast Asia and Pattaya. It's not just they say that too. You know, they say that too. The good old days. The days before the smartphone is basically, you know, kind of what it is. All right, guys, let's go live stream with our smartphone across the city here. Go get some breakfast. Let's go take a picture of our coffee and pastry. I think I got everything. Now we got the artificial intelligence revolution, so who knows what's going to happen with that. Hopefully it's not like as disruptive. We're all going to be NPCs, just AI is going to be telling us what to do. We're just going to have this ear thing in our head, and it's just going to like be robots. They don't need to build robots. They're going to turn us into robots, NPCs, with artificial intelligence. It's kind of it's already happening to some people. You're getting I don't use AI for anything. I don't use AI. You guys use AI? I don't use AI for anything. I don't use it for advice or information. Google started putting this AI when I do a Google search right up top, and I gotta say the answers have been pretty useful. Like they give you the answer you want right off the bat. You do a Google search nowadays. That wasn't there before. That's like a new feature. Make sure I got everything here again. It's kind of a rough hotel, guys, but it's all right. Whatever. You don't get anything real nice in this country for cheap. Yeah, it's kind of expensive, actually. Accommodation. Actually, I did have a couple of nice hotels. That one for 30 was pretty nice. Leave a little tip there. But it's nice, really cool courtyard. I'll show you guys the courtyard. This courtyard is really cool. It's cool at nighttime too. They close their gate at 10 though. Hola amigo, check out. I'm going to check out. Temprano. Te tengo que salir. Okay.
Voy aquí.
Okay, great.
¿Va a regresar?
No, we're.
No, de la plaza.
I see.
Ok.
Okay, gracias. Okay.
Gracias.
It's a high elevation city here, guys. I mean, I got a headache. I gotta go get some coffee. Yesterday I had a coffee. It was really good coffee. It was Guatemalan coffee, but really good. I think I got everything. I just laid in bed all day yesterday, man. I was like, I don't know, is that altitude? I had no energy at all. I did that coffee live stream. That was it. I came back out at 4, got a little food, did my laundry, didn't do anything else all day. It's a beautiful park here. People are friendly. I could interact with more people. Especially in this town, a lot of people have been waving at me and stuff because I'm a live streamer. Interact with people a little more. You guys see Mount Etna blew up and is blowing up in Italy. They said it's a very geological, Earth's going a little crazy right now. They got a bunch of volcanoes in this country. A lot more active. Hope that doesn't happen here. So the Earth's very geologically active right now. bunch of bars back there, back in that area. There's a coffee shop I wanted to try. They were closed yesterday. I think it's up here somewhere. But if that don't look too good, I'll go back to the place I went to yesterday. One thing I don't like about Guatemala, a lot of traffic everywhere. Everywhere you go. It's like even this city, like just the historic streets, there's cars on every street. A lot of traffic in Guatemala. But I think it's a pretty cool country. I think this would be a good country to go to if you're really broke backpacker, you just want to venture, you're willing to rough it. Which, you know, like I said, I'm kind of have a love-hate relationship with that lifestyle. I'm trying it, but I'm not, doing a great job of it. Or you're like kind of a baller, you got money to spend. There's a lot of cool stuff to do in this country. You just stay in nice hotels. Here's a coffee shop here. Like there's maybe I might bother those people inside if I go sit there. Let me go up the other place. So yeah, I think it's a good country if you got like, I'm not saying baller, you got to spend tons of money, but if you're like $150, $200 per day budget, which that's not like going crazy. That's just like when you're traveling, if you're spending $150, $200 a day, I know that sounds like a lot, but for a vacation, that money would stretch pretty far here. You could stay like a nice hotel for $70, $80 a night. You get some nice restaurants, go around, do some stuff, private shuttles and taxis, nightlife, party. You can do all that in that budget. Have a good time here. But $150 to $200 a day. Or you could be like a really broke backpacker staying in hostels, eating tortillas for like 25 cents. One street food meal, one coffee, and like spending $15 a day. You can do that too here. I just don't know if I got that in me to do that. I wanted to vlog and do that, but I did that for like 2 days. I still didn't spend $15. I spent a lot of money on coffee shops and restaurants and cafes and stuff, live streaming. You ride the chicken buses. There's Papa John's. American fast food is very popular. I didn't know this Papa John's was here. I might have got some yesterday. I might have got that. I'm out of breath, man, already. I've just been walking for 5 minutes. I think it's kind of the middle where you're kind of, if you're like an 80, 70 to $100 a day travel budget, 50 to 100. I think Southeast Asia might be better, but if you're high end or low end, real low end backpacker or a bit of a higher end budget travel, and you have a good time here, I think. Going on in the chat. Big ups to everybody. Haven't been reading the chat much. I'll read a little more when I sit down and get some coffee. I can only do one thing at a time right now. Jonathan North knows a lot about elevation. He sent me a message yesterday, my last live stream, because he's a bicyclist. He basically said the elevation can mess you up big time. Ross said that too, so I think that's what it is. I was doing pretty good prior to yesterday. I was for 7 days. I was streaming 10 hours a day and moving around, pretty energetic. Sometimes I get tired, but I'd bounce back. This was just like bam! I just got knocked down. So it's probably a combination of things, but the elevation I think was definitely a big factor. I probably just needed a break anyways too. Let's go get that coffee. I think we're getting close to that coffee shop. I don't know exactly where it's at, but we're getting close to it. Must be the next block up. Yeah, Lake Atitlan was 5,000, and I was in a tower called Xela, which was up in the mountains, 6,500. See, I'm out of breath. 6,500 feet. Even though the towns were very close to each other, Pana was like way more hot and humid than Xela. Xela was 6,500 feet. That's where my hotel was. I didn't stay in Lake Atitlan. But this is 8,000, so this is like 1,500 feet even more. Here's some pizza. Here's a coffee shop. Looks pretty nice. I don't know where that coffee shop I went to yesterday is. There's this one here. It looks really good. But that coffee I had yesterday was really good. I got to try to find the other one. Oh, what the hell? My Google Maps is malfunctioning. I was doing that yesterday too. So I don't know this city. It's like not updating in real time, so it's saying somewhere where I'm not. So I walked like 3 blocks north of the coffee shop I went to yesterday. Cool building there. It gets down here somewhere a couple blocks. I might need to get some more internet. I'm probably not going to be live. Guys, I might have a long bus ride today, so I'll probably just be live for a few hours and then hanging out in this town a little bit. And then it's probably going to be a longer bus ride, so I'm not going to stream the whole bus ride today. It's maybe like a 4-hour bus ride or something. I'll stream a little bit of it. There's Trova Rock. It's some bars here. Yo, copy paste with the 50 Norwegian kroners. Thank you. Thank you, copy paste. Playing Eye of the Tiger. To survive, it's the eye of the tiger. Thank you, copy paste. Actually, I think there's a lot of nightlife in Guatemala in general because Panachel, that city on the lake, they had like a whole walking street, like 15. You know, obviously it's a lot smaller than Pat's, but it was still like it was like 15 bars and nightclubs all in a row. Back where and there was I don't know about Guatemala City, but I'm sure there's, you know, and Antigua had some nightlife. This time it seemed like I was here on Saturday night. It seemed like there was nightlife here too. Oh, here it is. Here's a coffee shop. Coffee shop I had yesterday. Hola. Buenos días. ¿Tenés dulces hoy?
Oh. No tengo.
Nada. Oh, ok. Necesito. Oh, ¿qué es eso?
Son galletas.
Oh, ok. ¿Es chocolate?
Sí, tiene chispas de chocolate.
Ok, eso y café.
¿Un café?
Americano.
¿Un americano?
Sí.
Eso para tomar acá.
Sí.
Ok, nuevamente te lo digo.
Gracias. Copy paste. America's getting direct flights to Thailand. Where from? Seattle or? Tokyo says get some protein and fat. Yeah, I might stop for some lunch. I'll get some eggs or something. I need some coffee first. Mickey, yes. Yeah, quite a bit better. It's still not very good. I don't think it's a big deal though because it's going to be expensive. You know, it's not going to be. You're going to have to transfer in Japan or Korea or something to go to Thailand. Not going to be a cheap flight direct America to Thailand. And it's probably gonna be like a 16, 17-hour flight too. From the east coast of America to Japan is like 14 hours. 13. I've done that many, many times. So that's gonna be a long flight, and it's gonna start from the West Coast. I don't live in the West Coast, but if you live in the West Coast, you can afford it. Might be a good option. Oh yeah, look, Europe's a lot closer to Thailand, so they have a lot of direct flights. They got Sweden, Frankfurt, London, Paris. But those direct flights are more expensive than like transferring in the Middle East, in Dubai or something, or Qatar. So even most Europeans, they don't take a direct flight; they transfer. Okay, partners. I haven't had a Snickers yet in Guatemala. Yeah, they do have it, but they're expensive, really expensive. Xela has Bangkok direct too. Well, yeah, Dr. Howe's, they're not very common to begin with. Most coffee shops have pastries or something. Like Snickers in Thailand are like, for example, 30 baht, which was like 75, 80 cents at the previous exchange rates when I was there. Sometimes you get them as cheap as 20 baht, but it's like close to 50 cents. Gracias. Oh, okay. So, there's the, it's got an information card, coffee. It was a really good coffee here yesterday. So, here, the Snickers are anywhere from 15 to 20 quetzales, which is like $2 to $2.30, 50 cents. Very expensive. They don't have 7-Elevens here either. There's no 7-Eleven or Osho. In Mexico, you got the Oshos everywhere. They don't have like they got these little tiendas, little stores. Here you can get like some drinks or snacks. So somebody timed out Ben. I'm going to time about Man About Oz too. These guys are fighting each other. So I don't know about what, but yeah, the current spot rate's very, very poor for us. It was like 36 when I was there last year. Now it's like 32 and a half. It's not good. JF says, why not travel through Europe? I want to, man, but travel is expensive. Unless you're going to stay in hostels and stuff all the time. I don't think I can afford Europe. On a live streaming budget, you know. I think it would be good content for streaming though, but Yeah, Montana native. She's from the mountains of Montana. She says once I get to a lower elevation, I'll feel better. I think so. Yeah. Really good coffee in this place. They just don't have any pastries. That's what. I think I'll feel a lot better when I get this coffee in me. I wonder if CC would have a Greg and Michelle reunion. Well, they've invited me a few times, to hang out with them. I haven't seen them since that hike a few years ago, but I was thinking about doing some hikes in Ohio, doing some more of that, but okay, big ups Greg and Michelle. Big ups Greg. Round 2 with the raccoons. The only reason I had a problem with the raccoons was a mistake I made. I camped in a state campground. I wouldn't do that again. And it was 2 mistakes. I also had my food outside my. If I had my food inside my bivvy, it'd been fine. I made 2 big mistakes. Yeah, if I didn't have that bag of food there, it wouldn't have been too bad. I would just have a bunch of raccoons around me all night. But they wouldn't have bitten me or anything. Hey Ben, good job on your sobriety, man. Keep it up. Hey, what's up, Bird Dog? I'm going to be leaving leaving this city, it's too high elevation for me. I'm gonna be taking the bus. Spend a few hours in this town though before I leave. You guys know the highest altitude city in the world? Here it's like 7,800 feet, close to 8,000. The highest altitude city, not the highest mountain, the highest city. Not Bogota. Bogota is the same as here. Yeah, La Paz. There's La Paz, which is like 11,000 feet. And there's Alto, which is 12. There's a suburb of La Paz, which has 1 million people. It's 12,000 feet up because it's way up in the mountains. So it's like 12,000 feet up. That's in Bolivia. So, man, that'd be probably tough. Tough place to go, Bolivia. It's probably good for you to adapt to this altitude, but it'd take a while. Probably take a couple of weeks. I don't have a couple of weeks to adapt to high altitude. Dizzy, I have dizzy, I had a headache, tired, fatigue, lack of oxygen. Your body has to produce more red blood cells when you gotta, which is good for you. But it takes a while, it just doesn't happen overnight. That's why a lot of these Guatemalans, they're great workers because they live in high altitude places, you know, so they have a lot of stamina, red blood cell production. So when they come to America, everything's a piece of cake for them because most of America is low elevation. They got a lot of great, you know, Wander, you ever been like a high altitude city? This city's 8,000 feet, man. Threw me. I was in bed all day yesterday. Threw me for a loop. I mean, like higher than like 7,000 feet. Because I was in Sololá. It was only 6,500. I didn't feel like this. It was only here. I got here. I felt like this. Like, have you been to La Paz or like? Well, Bogota is 8,000 feet too. I didn't feel this, I don't think, in Bogota. There's a Wikipedia looking for the highest elevation cities in the world. There's an article. You were in Potosi, Bolivia, 13,000 feet. Wow, man. How did you handle that? How did you feel? Remember? That's higher than La Paz. I still gotta feel lightheaded, dizzy. Lots of cocoa leaves help. What's Mount Everest, the base camp trail? What's that elevation? That Ice Poseidon did that. It's like an 80-mile trail just to get to the base camp. Not how high is base camp, but how high is that trail leading up to it? Stinky has cast his lot with the non-moderator crew. So he didn't want to be a mod anymore, Stinky. It's not the highest town, the highest city. I'm sure it's probably some little towns with like 2,000 people in Himalayas or something, but city over 100,000 people. There's a list on Wikipedia. This is like number 20 or 25. A lot of those cities are like suburbs of Bogota and stuff. Or, so if you excluded suburbs, this will probably be like number 7 or 8, 10, maybe. Highest elevated city in the world. Had it been more than 5,300 feet, that's not that much. Yo, Mark. Thank you, Mark. I don't know what that comment meant, but thank you. Thank you, Mark. But I was watching some Brazil videos. There's this guy, he's called Swedish Gringo. He's in Rio. I think he's been living there for a couple of years or something. He's got a pretty good vlog channel. That place looks lit. Brazil. But it's expensive though. It's not cheap. So there's a lot of cool places in the world, but they're expensive. If you want to party and stuff. But he made a really good vlog, like the best places to party in Rio. It's called the Swedish Gringo. Thank you, Mark. I was watching a lot of YouTube yesterday. I was laying in bed. Yeah, there was one club he went to. He said it was a great club, but it cost $120 to enter. You can drink as much as you want, though, but that's like way outside of my price range. It'll cost nothing to go to like Insomnia or Lucifer. We gotta buy one drink for $4. One beer, but I don't even do that anymore. But if you just looked at his video though, like the environment. There was one cool thing too. There's like this Monday street party downtown. That doesn't cost nothing. So there, not everything is expensive there, but he said Lapa and Rio used to be like a hipster nightlife, but it's dried up. It's no longer popular anymore. He said there were too many criminals, drug and tourists and stuff there. But people stopped going. The tourists stopped going, and the ladies stopped going to Lapa. But I think Brazil might be good just in like the average cities and normal towns, beach cities. Then again, I don't drink anymore, so it's kind of all a moot point, If I got there, I'd just be probably doing the same thing I'm doing everywhere else. I wouldn't be partying. Yo, Kanam with the channel membership. Thank you, Kanam. Yeah, Latin America, Guatemala included, it's like twice as expensive as Southeast Asia, but it's still less than half the price of Europe and America. Taken as a whole, I'm talking Brazil, everywhere, Argentina, Mexico, Guatemala, Dominican Republic. So it's like, it's a lot cheaper. It's like maybe even a third the expense of America and Europe. So it's like 60-70% cheaper than America to travel in Europe. But it's like double Southeast Asia, or 50% more. 50% to double. So for me, it's kind of like think it's kind of expensive down here for me. Thank you, Canal. Stormer says, I think I was already a little bit worn out when I got here. Because actually the first night I was here, I was walking around. I didn't really notice it either when I first got here. But yesterday, man, I was wiped out. I think it was a combination of things. But I definitely feel something that it's not just being tired. It's definitely the elevations hit me here pretty good. Kicking. I felt it in solo a lot too, that 6,500 foot. I did feel something, but it wasn't major. When I got here, something, yeah, definitely hit me here. Thank you, Canal. GHB, there's a lot of wealthy locals and a lot of wealthy travelers. So there's a lot of people paying those prices. A lot of nice hotels, man. I was in a lobby of a hotel. It was $130 a night right in this town. It's actually right next to the hotel I stayed at. It's like the other block. And it was full of people coming and going, mostly like locals. So Guatemala's not doing too bad, guys, economically, I'll tell you that. It's actually, I would say it's getting pretty close to the same as Mexico. And Mexico's doing good too. Guatemala's not that poor. Like every Pollo Campero and Little Caesar's Pizza's got lines of people carrying pizza boxes. That's not that cheap. You know, Pollo Campero is like Denny's. It's like, you're gonna drop $7-8 to eat there. And every time I walk by one, anywhere in the country, it's full of people. It's just like, and there's lines of waiting to get in. So they're doing pretty good here in Guatemala, guys. Yo, Canal with the 200 Thai baht. Thank you. I did see one basketball court, but it was indoors. It was a gymnasium. I wasn't solo a lot. Thank you, Canal. Yeah, I've walked by or visited around 8 Pollo Camperos. It's a chain, kind of like a Guatemalan chain, chicken stuff. And, you know, that place ain't very cheap. You're going to be spending $6 to $8 per person. And they're always full and packed. There's lines to get in there every time I walk by. Yo, Canal, big ups, man. 200 Thai baht. Thank you, Canal. Stormer. Thank you, Stormer. Thank you, Stormer. 5 Aussies. I don't think they got that here. That's more South American thing. You can get that in Colombia, Peru, Bolivia. Thank you, Stormer. Thank you, Canal. Cheers, guys. Thank you, Stormer. Canal. I was reading some Reddit, man, some horror stories How about, so you can search like Reddit and is Guatemala safe? Or like disappeared people in Guatemala, disappeared tourists. I didn't see that many disappeared tourists last like 5 years. There were a couple. I think one lady, American lady, she like drowned in the lake because there's like swells and stuff. And then there was one guy from Atlanta. He was like a backpacker. He disappeared, but they found him and he was fine. Just, it's like, okay. So there wasn't that many disappearances. Then I searched for like, but this one guy said he was here in 2008, which was a long time ago now, 17 years ago. It was maybe more dangerous back then. And he saw a chicken bus. He saw it from the street. People, these gangs were shooting at the bus, and it went careening full of passengers, careening off the hill. They were shooting. They shot and killed the bus driver. That was in 2008. He said, I don't know how, it's just a random person on Reddit, so I don't know how true that story is. But people do say those chicken buses can be dangerous. Even that taxi guy told me, because he said Guatemala City's safe, but he said, yeah, the chicken buses can be dangerous. I've rode them 10 times at least. I haven't felt any problems, But actually, my research on Reddit, it seemed like it was pretty safe. Like there's way more tourists disappearing in Thailand than here. Although they get a lot more tourists too. You got a whole industry of Chinese-speaking tourists disappearing in the Malay border, getting kidnapped because they're getting into that those gangs, running those call center gangs. They get kidnapped and they're forced to work, scam people on the phone. They gotta speak Chinese. They're from like Malaysia and Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong. Those people are all afraid to go to Thailand now because they've been getting kidnapped. Like it happened to a couple of movie stars, like a movie star from Singapore got kidnapped, taken over to the border in Burma. The Thai government's fighting it, but it's a big problem. They built like a whole city on the Burma border. Burma's like completely lawless, so anything goes. That's why they got these gangs. See, I don't know if like Southeast Asia is necessarily safer than Latin America. I didn't really see anything bad about Guatemala in my research. I was just bored yesterday. I was doing some research. Tourists are pretty safe here. There's not tourists disappearing and things like that. I know Thailand, they get a lot more tourists. This country gets 3 million tourists per year. Cambodia gets like 8 million comparatively, and Thailand gets like 40 million. So sure, they get a lot more tourists, but But I didn't see anything amiss with tourists in this country. Now, Colombia is different. Colombia, they don't get that much more tourists than Guatemala. They get maybe 4 or 5 million per year, a bit more. But all kinds of bad stuff happens to tourists in Colombia, mostly Medellin. I think this is a pretty good, safe country. Yeah. Oscar from Norway said, why would a European, well, Europeans are just maybe, that 3 million tourists, maybe 500,000 of them are Europeans. Because you got America and Canada, you got people from other Latin American countries come here as tourists, people from Brazil or Mexico. So, but why would a European want to come here? Because, well, first they're fleeing from their climate. Their climate sucks, it's cold, so they come here in the winter, it's beautiful. There's beaches and lakes here, beautiful lake and beaches, beautiful scenery. Volcanoes, you can go hike up volcanoes. There's cool towns and cities, great climate, and it's cheaper, way cheaper. So the same reasons people would go to Thailand or Vietnam, they can come here to Central. You don't have to just stay in Guatemala, you can go to El Salvador, you can go to Mexico. You can go to Nicaragua and Costa Rica. So you could come to Latin America and you get the same benefits as going to Southeast Asia. And it's the same price, like to fly here as to fly there. But most Europeans go to Southeast Asia. I agree with that statement. They don't come here that much. A few do. A lot of the Europeans that do come here, I think, are legit backpackers. You know? But you know, if you're in Norway or Sweden or Germany, northern Germany, it's very cold in the winter. You come here, it's like paradise in the winter. This is actually low season, it's summer, so there's not that many tourists here right now and stuff. I bet you came in the winter, like that lake and stuff, it'd be really popping there. Air quality is better in Central America. I can believe that. I've been breathing some fumes from the road, so it's not necessarily much better. In fact, Mexico City is notorious bad air quality. It's probably not very good in Guatemala City either. But that was a good question by Oscar. But you know, Europeans probably only represent 20-25% of the tourist figure. I'm sure they would like probably have some more, you know. But I would say probably, if I'm guessing, probably a third of the tourists are from America and Canada. A third are from Latin America, from like Mexico, and you know, 'cause they come here as tourists too. They come here a lot to other Latin American countries. And a third are from like Europe and the rest of the world. I did see a few Chinese and Japanese and a few here and there. I didn't see any Russians yet. Russians aren't traveling anyways right now because I've seen no Russians or Indians. You can't come here one day because it just takes a day just to get anywhere in this country. You have to travel. So you have to spend some time just because you have to get around the country. That's like saying I'm gonna go to Greece for one day or Italy for one day or Spain for one day. It's too big of a place. Yeah, you wanna just stop over at the airport in Madrid for a day, you can do that. That's what you would, there's no such thing as one day travel. Even in Hong Kong, which is just a city, I spent like 2 weeks there, you know. Just recently, you know. But I don't know what you're thinking, what you're smoking, dude. I think how long was I in Hong Kong? It wasn't 2 weeks. It was like maybe 10 days, but it was a while. You know, I was in Hong Kong for a while. Yeah, that's just like an airport stopover. That's all one day is. It's like staying. I did that when I went to Japan, back to Thailand. I just stayed one night, 18-hour layover. You know, that does kind of count if you're counting countries. If you do spend a night in the country, but you know, I don't know why Guatemala would be a one-day layover. First of all, you know, it's hard to get places, you know. It takes time just to get places in this country. Robert V says, you would never disappear. We would dedicate our lives to saving you. Oh, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Robert. Cheers, man. Oh, no, it's something travelers have to consider as safety because we're very vulnerable. Especially women more so. Women travelers are very vulnerable, you know. Men too, but more so women. Thank you, Robert V. Thanks for the $5. Yeah. The hostel I was staying in Antigua, I met two backpackers. There's a beautiful lady from, she was a blonde. She was from Argentina, and her boyfriend was from Australia, but he didn't tell me he was from Australia. He had an Australian accent, but he said he was from Argentina. He said we were from Argentina, but he didn't speak any Spanish. He had this Aussie accent. He looked Aussie too. He was, you know, he's tall, like Aussie dude, backpacker. Those were legit backpackers, but his girlfriend was from Argentina. And then I said, like, in Argentina they say ciao for goodbye, you know. I said ciao to him. He was like, all right, see you, dude. It's like, he responded in English, like, all right, I don't know why he said he's Argentinian. Maybe he lived there or something, but I don't know, maybe he lived there for a while. That's how he met her. But he said he was traveling all of Latin America. But he had a thick Aussie accent. You know, he was a backpacker. But, that guy was a lucky guy, man. He found an Argentinian blonde, beautiful lady traveling with him, backpacking. They're going all across Latin America. He was maybe like 27, 28. She was probably in her mid to early 20s, maybe 23, 25, something. So they were similar age. He was probably in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. Lucky dude. I saw them, they weren't even eating. They were just, because that hostel had a kitchen. So they were just like, I saw them multiple times just cooking in the kitchen. So they were like really traveling cheap. The hostel was like $5 per night, and they were, you know, just cooking their own food in the kitchen. Those were real backpackers there. They had big backpacks. Robert V, big ups, man. Thank you, Robert. Women are more vulnerable because, in general, as travelers, because first of all, not all cultures respect women as much as in the West. You know, that's just a fact. So you go backpacking in India or like Pakistan, you know, Middle East, you know, they have different customs and cultures in those places. Even in Latin America, you can have that, you know. Second thing is they're not physically as strong, so a man might be able to defend himself if shit hits the fan a little more than a woman, you know. They're not as physically strong, but you know, I know there are some very strong women out there who train, but that's the exception. That's not normal. Third is, you know, throughout history, men have taken advantage of women, you know. And it's just so much more so than men have gotten taken advantage of, and, you know, by women or by other men. So it's just they're much more vulnerable, you know, women travelers. But you know, it doesn't deter. There's a lot of amazing women backpackers, adventurers. There's a lot on YouTube. So some are very beautiful too. They're not scared. It doesn't stop them. Oh, you know, if they're not scared, we shouldn't be scared as men to go places and do things. I didn't see the Chuck comment. Yeah, there's a lot of Argentinian backpackers. I met one in Malaysia once. She just got back from Sri Lanka. She's traveling the world. There's Brazilian, Mexican, Argentinian backpackers. Maybe some Chilean, but I never met a Chilean. The Latin American people are actually kind of into the backpacking culture, but you know, they may not be able to afford it. It's expensive even for Americans and Europeans to travel for a year, you know. Even if you're traveling cheap, it's a shitload of money. So, but they're into the staying in hostels and the backpacking culture. Hopefully they make a bunch more money. They might keep the backpacking culture alive. The Israelis, the Aussies, the Scandinavians and Germans, and the Latin Americans seem to be the biggest backpackers nowadays. Americans, Canadians, nope. English, they used to be. I think they've kind of lost their way, the English. Russians, nope. Indians, nope. It's Latin America, Israel, Scandinavians, Aussies, and maybe Germans too. But those are where most backpackers come from nowadays. I mean, it's not to say you won't be like a French or American or a Canadian or a Japanese backpacker or something, but as a whole, there's not many, you know, from those countries, from other countries. Or a Russian backpacker. I think I have met a Russian backpacker once or twice. But, you know, it's like once in a blue moon. You rarely ever see them. But And there's like a lot of Russians that go to Thailand, but I don't. Most of them are just like family travelers or normal travelers. They're not like backpackers. I've seen thousands of Russians, but only maybe seen one or two backpackers, you know, in Thailand and Vietnam. When you see like a Japanese or Japanese Korean too, they're very like, you know, they got the rolling suitcases and stuff. They'll go to a beach, but they're not really backpackers. So when you do see like a Korean or Japanese or Russian backpacker or Indian or something, it's like they've been influenced by something. Somewhere down the line, they got turned into a backpacker. They you know, because it's not, those cultures don't really have that much, you know. Israelis are some of the greatest travelers, young Israelis, but it's too bad their country is half of the world doesn't like them that much. But they really get out there and travel and adventure. But to some cultures, it's a foreign concept. You know, like Indians, Russians, Koreans, it's like a foreign concept. Travel means like have a good time, stay in hotels, and party, and enjoy yourself. Those cultures, you know. The idea of traveling for the sake of an adventure and travel for the sake of travel is alien. Even if you can't afford it, then you just like stay in hostels, and that's what a backpacker does. Like they travel for the sake of travel and adventure. They don't travel to party or to have a good time or, you know, enjoy themselves. Although they may do that at times. Maybe I get another coffee, guys. I don't know. This is my backpack right here. I brought this camping gear. I haven't used any of it yet. So I might rethink my travel. I only need one backpack to travel. I got a big camera in there and a bunch of camping gear, which I haven't used either of those things yet. But I might ditch the camping stuff, you know, because it's not that say I won't ever use it again. But I don't know if I'm going to take it on around the world travel. Or I need to find some clothes that dry quicker. Guys, I'm gonna get another coffee here because I still have some cookie to eat. Ambi, I'm not 100% sure where I'm headed, but I might think about heading back to Guatemala City. I haven't stayed the night there. I've walked around the town a few times in the daytime, but maybe I'll stay in Guatemala City. But I'm not sure yet. There's not many places I can go from here because I've already been to many of the places in between here and Guatemala City. So, let me get another coffee, guys. Maybe see how I'm feeling. I'm gonna get like a sweet coffee. Somebody said the boss is the only one in the genre who answers controversial questions, not just talk about them. What controversial questions did I miss? I get asked stuff all the time I don't answer. I can't answer every question. And in fact, that's what the super chat thing was designed for. Like, if you really want to get the creator's attention, try to get your question answered, you super chat them. So you stand out from the rabble, you know, of comments. You know, one live stream of mine gets like 10,000 comments. If I show you guys the stats, there's like thousands of comments on each live stream. So like, I can't respond to every comment, but I do respond to like random questions sometimes and controversial questions. But I'll show you guys, you know, this channel, guess how many comments in the chat this channel has had in its lifetime? Anybody got a ballpark figure? You see all these comments? That's one comment. Guess how many comments this channel has had in its lifetime? Yeah, it's like 5 to 10 million. Last I saw was like a year ago, it was 3.5 million. So I figure it's over 5 million now, because you can see the lifetime amount of comments. So that's a lot of comments to respond to, my dude. I mean, yeah, it's actually literally 5 million plus comments on this channel. You guys got it right, yeah. Includes every single comment here, calculate. So a typical live stream, a marathon live stream, will get like 10, 20,000 comments, yeah. How many of those comments are from Viking Prepper? Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, big ups Viking Prepper. He's a MVP in the chat. But that's you know, that's like 1,000 plus live streams. That's like 6 years of streaming. So you know, but and a lot of comments I don't even have a receipt, because it's just they're just flying by. You know, and some people sometimes get angry I don't respond to their comments. They keep asking me, and like they asked it like 3 times. I didn't see it all 3 times. You know, they thought I was like just ignoring them or something. Well, I'm in no obligation to respond or talk to anybody. You know, like just because you asked a question 3 times doesn't mean I got to respond to you. Or you don't like. I try to like respond to people and be responsive, but you know, a lot of times I'm like walking around and doing my own thing. I'm not even paying attention to the chat. So, you know, but Minto says there's a lot of good videos about Guatemala on YouTube. Yeah, I agree. I was watching some yesterday. I was watching this guy from Baltimore. He looks like he's really, really rich or something. He's a really VIP sort of traveler, but he's originally from Guatemala, but him and his wife, I think, live in Baltimore. But they stay at like the best, fanciest places and stuff. He makes good videos, like not just Guatemala. He's made videos of Baltimore, made videos of like other Latin American places, but they're like VIP travelers. He's got a very beautiful wife. He's in his 50s. She might be in her 50s. But he's a VIP traveler, you know. But he makes some cool vlogs. I was watching like three or four of his videos yesterday. Forgot his name. He's got like 5,000 subs. And I saw this really, really strange travel lady vlogger. Man, I forgot her name too. But hey, Jackstar with the 20 British pounds. Thank you, Jackstar. Thank you, Jackstar. Jackstar, big ups, man, 20 pounds. Yeah, I saw this other small vlogger. I'm coming across a lot of small travel vloggers. Hey, Jackstar, big ups. Thank you, Jackstar. Thank you very much, man, 30 British pounds. But there was this lady, she's like, I don't know, maybe in her 30s. She's a pretty good looking lady, but she's just like crazy, man. She's just a crazy travel vlogger. ¿Tienes azúcar? Got a coffee here, one more. She's like just really strange, crazy lady. She's very upbeat. She's not like, but she's just like, she's in the market. She's like dancing and acting crazy. Some of the locals are like, I don't know, I can't remember her channel, but she's like popping, like she was in Oaxaca. She was here in Antigua. She's just popping up. She only has like 1,000 or 2,000 subs, but sometimes it's cringe. Like it's real cringe stuff, man. Sometimes it's funny, but I can't remember her name. But so I found her channel yesterday. She's just like, so I'm coming across all these different travel vloggers, man. Just by going to Guatemala, you know. Yo, Jack, big ups, Jack Attack. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack Attack. Thank you very much. I Get some more sugar and more coffee. Thank you, Jack Attack. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I guess they do that kind of stuff on TikTok. I've never, but it's like TikTok style stuff on YouTube vlogs. But she also had like very good production quality, like good editing and like, so like these new travel vloggers, they got like, really, thank you, Jackstar. Thank you very much, man. 40 British pounds, thank you. Jack Attack. They got like really good cameras and production quality and stuff, but just like, yeah, it's very strange vlogs, but it was cool. I mean, it was different, you know. It's different. She'd be in these markets and like, just start dancing with, acting crazy with the market vendor and stuff. For a female vlogger, it's very cringe, man. But she's just a pretty good looking lady. Like, she's just kind of like, I don't know. I think she's just kind of crazy, man. Crazy travel vlogger. Thank you, Jackstar. Oh, Jackstar again with the 50 pounds. Thank you, Jackstar. Whoa. Big ups, Jackstar. I'm gonna drink this pretty quick, then we're gonna hit the streets. I just want to fuel up on as much caffeine as possible. Sugar. Thank you, Jackstar. I made some more coffee from this guy. I asked him he gave me 2 sugars. I asked him for 3 more. Thank you, Jackstar. Thank you very much. So I asked for 3 more sugars. Jackstar's been a massive supporter the last couple months. My #1 supporter. Thank you, Jackstar. So we're gonna 3 more sugars here. We'll be good to go. Jackstar, you want a quick update? I'm in a town called Quetzaltenango, second biggest city of Guatemala, and yesterday I hit a wall. I couldn't live stream or do anything. I was in bed all day, day 8, and I think it was a combination of me being tired and just from streaming 7 days and traveling 7 days in a row. So I needed a break, and the elevation here is 8,000 feet. So my head was, I had like elevation sickness yesterday, which I still might have today, but thank you, Jackstar. But I'm gonna leave this town because of the elevation, so we're gonna go somewhere else. That's kind of what's happening right now. Big ups. We have 5 sugars. That should do the trick. Plus we had a cookie. Thank you, Jackstar. Yeah, I think I legitimately had altitude sickness. So that's what's happening. I'm gonna leave here, this city today. I'm gonna walk around a little bit, maybe have lunch. I'm not in a rush. We're gonna head out today. Cocoa leaves. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they have that here though. That's South American thing. Rory, I'm in a city. It's called Quetzaltenango, second biggest city in Xela for short, and second biggest city in Guatemala. 200,000 people, a million in the metro area. I'm guessing, and but the elevation of the city is 8,000 feet, 2,300 meters in the sky. So it's a lot higher than the other cities I was at. It kind of hit me. So that's the update. Yeah, I've been short of breath. I've been just fatigued. I've been a little lightheaded and dizzy. And I was just laying in bed all day, man. I didn't want to get out of bed. And last night too, for about 36 hours, I was just bedridden. And I still feel short of breath. Feel a little dizzy. But hoping this coffee overrides. I think this coffee and all that sugar, I should feel better. I don't know, I'm gonna try to walk around and see what we can do. I haven't banned anybody, Stinky. I timed out one person. Man About Oz, I timed him out. No offense to Man About Oz, but he was fighting with Ben. Ben was already timed out, so I did that out of fairness. Because Ben might have felt upset that he got timed out, but the guy he was fighting with didn't. So both got timed out. I didn't time out Ben, but I did time out Man About Oz. That's the only person I timed out or banned today. So only one time. And he wasn't doing anything to me, Man About Oz. He was fighting with somebody else in the chat. So thank you, Jackstar. Ambient says he hasn't seen anyone getting banned this evening. There you go. Very, very good cappuccino and coffee in this place, guys. We're gonna walk around for an hour or two, so let me get some lunch. That's what we're gonna do after this coffee. There's buses leaving to Guatemala City at 2 and at 4. I was thinking about taking one. Not the chicken bus, but normal buses. I found a normal bus thing. But if I catch the one at 2, I gotta get a move on. I don't have a lot of time, but I'm not sure I want to catch the one at 4 because it'll be nighttime half the trip. Maybe I catch the 2 o'clock bus. So we just gotta walk, make a beeline there, and maybe catch a quick lunch somewhere later. Farm fresh, I'm getting out of this city, man, because I can't handle the altitude. I don't know when this is because I still feel it today too. So I did walk around this city for 3 hours and showed all kinds of stuff when I first got here. 4 hours, that vertical stream. I already showed a lot of the city, filmed a lot of the city, 2 nights ago. But I can't help it if I got, knocked back by altitude sickness, dude. What do you want me to do, man? I'm not Superman. I get, just like anybody, I get problems. Some streamer might get diarrhea for 5 days. Some guy might get sick. For me, I just got altitude sickness and I didn't handle it well. So and that's why I have to leave this town, because I don't know when that's gonna go away. I don't want to be, So I gotta go back to lower elevations. Stinky, time out, man. I'm timing you out, Stinky. Take a 10-minute timeout, Stinky. And Ambient's always a nice guy. Talk crap to Ambient. Okay, I'm gonna hide this guy. Big ups, Jackstar. Thanks for the all the super chats, man. Made my day. Now I'm up to $90 in super chats already. I had some others too before then, but now I'm already having a good day here. So Mike, I'm not going back to the lake. There was a lot more to see in the lake. I only scratched the surface. There's like 15 different towns and cities or villages. I was just in one of them. But you have to kind of get off the path to get to the lake. It's not on the main highways and stuff. So I'm not going to go to the lake this time. But I do think I'll be back in Guatemala sometime in the future. It's a country I do like a lot. People are great, you know. People don't harass you in this country. Like some tourist cities, people will, you know, bother you, pester you, harass you. I didn't get any of that this trip. Everything's been great, man. No crime. Just, yeah, I give Guatemala, literally give it an A rating, you know. I don't know if I'll go as far as A+, but it's an A, solid A. I got real no complaints. What are two other countries I went to recently? That Hong Kong for the first time, and Korea, South Korea. I didn't do much in South Korea. I was kind of sick for like a week. But I give Hong Kong and South Korea like A-, B+, A-, maybe A-. A-, yeah. Main thing knocking them down was the expense. You know? But South Korea was actually pretty cheap. Cheaper than I expected. Hong Kong wasn't that cheap though. Hong Kong was like, as far as travel experience, A-, maybe. But Hong Kong is very unique, very cool place to visit. I think it's just the expense that knocks it down. There's even like cool adventure stuff to do in Hong Kong. You wouldn't know that, but like that island I stayed at, you can take these boats to islands. You know, there's different islands you can stay at, little islands and stuff within the Hong Kong area. So Hong Kong's pretty cool. It's just expensive. But I was there for like 10 days. And Korea is like, all right. Maybe Korea is like, I kind of like Korea too, so I don't really have anything bad to say about Korea, but I give it like, they're in the B+ to A- range as far as what I felt, my travels, you know, which is pretty good. I would give Guatemala an A, man. A- to A. I would have gave Isan, my Isan trip, a B+, A-. And I was there a long time, so, you know, B+ is not bad, but it's just, it was a little bit dull, you know, Isan. But it was all right, it was cool. Isan was like a B+, it's very cheap to travel. That pumped it up some. My South Thailand adventure I did for 2 weeks, I would have given that like, I'm talking like my trip and my experience. You know, like, I give the South Thailand trip an A. I really enjoyed that, going from city to city in the south of Thailand. I'd give my Colombia trip a C+. Sorry, Colombia. It wasn't terrible. I mean, it was, a C is just so-so. You know. C+, B-. Actually, I really did like some of those smaller Colombian cities. I'd give it a B-. And for England, I guess you gotta separate Cornwall and London. So Cornwall, I would give like an A, maybe an A+. Yeah, that was pretty good, man. I give it an A. A+ is like a mythical experience, so you gotta reserve that for. But I give it a solid A. maybe even pushing A plus. London was like B plus. It was, it was cool. I had a B plus time in London. It was pretty good. It was expensive staying in a hostel, but one of the great cities of the world. I was a little disappointed in the like nightlife. I think there's better nightlife in the small British towns, cities, where I've seen on camera. It's the same in America. Like New York's nightlife's not that good anymore either. But so yeah, I did do hanging out at night with what's his name? James, some other people, Barry the boss, me and hung out at night, went to a bar. Nightlife just looked a little bit, I don't know, not so great. But London as a whole, I say like a B plus. It was a pretty cool time. Cornwall was an A. Colombia was like B minus, C plus. South Thailand was an A minus, A. Guatemala's been A minus, A. I would say now I'm thinking comparison like A minus to an A. Guatemala, maybe A minus, which is very good. Isan was like a B. It was okay. Isan was alright. Yeah, you got to know where you're going in those big cities. It's like every big city around the world is like that. Bogota, Mexico City. You got to know where you're going. Well, I actually think, if my Guatemala's A minus, which is pretty good, I say A minus. Because I think it can be an A plus experience type of place. I didn't, like sometimes these ratings, it's not like, it's just like the time I had. It's my evaluation, but somebody else might have a much better time, or come in a different time of year. I think if you come here in high season in the winter, it's be an awesome place, and you go to the right places. You do a bit of partying. Maybe you got a girlfriend with you or something. I think you can have an A plus time in this country, definitely. If I can have an A minus time, you can have an A plus time, because I'm mostly just streaming and stuff, I was Chiang Mai. I did the north of Thailand 3 years ago. That's when I saw Jonathan North, Chiang Mai and stuff. I did Chiang Rai, Chiang Mai. I give that trip. IUT was in Nakhon Sawan. I did a northern branch trip, train trip. That was like 3 years ago. I give that like a B plus. It was a pretty good trip. B plus. Same as Isan. Chiang Mai itself was okay, but the trip as a whole, which Chiang Mai was a part of. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of Chiang Mai much anymore, but it was part of that trip. But I didn't have a bad time in Chiang Mai. I was there for like 3 or 4 days streaming and stuff. See, these are already dry almost now. You just have to hang them on the back of your backpack. See, these shorts weren't dry, but I hang them now, they're dry. I still need to dry a little bit more. That's a through hiker trick. You hang your wet clothes off your backpack. The sun hits it, the air hits it. The problem is, you can do that in the country on a trail, but you can't do that in the city with socks and underwear hanging off your backpack. That would be kind of sketchy. Oh, guys, it might rain soon. Okay, let's go back to the squares. A couple of beautiful squares in this city. Actually, there's a place I wanted to get lunch, a local place. Maybe we'll just stop anywhere though. Oh, I gotta pay. Tengo que pagar. I almost forgot to pay.
¿No Spanish?
Poco. No.
55.
¿Qué país? United States.
President Trump.
President Trump.
No,
Guatemala, no liquors. Yeah. They have I've been in Guatemala for una semana.
Yeah.
Maguatitlán, Solola, Puerto San Jose, Playa por ahí, y Ciudad de Guatemala, Guate, Antigua, y ahora aquí, Kia.
Long vacation, huh? Long vacation.
About
1 week.
so far 1 week. Almost. Yeah, first time here.
Oh yeah.
I like Guatemala. I've been like 50 countries in the world. I like Guatemala a lot. People are nice, you know, like some countries you go to, if you're a tourist, like people like pester or harass you, want your money all the time. Here, nobody does that. Like they try to get money from you and stuff. And, aggressive. Like here, like everybody's very good manners, very nice. And nobody like pressed.
Oh, the people in Guatemala, they work hard.
Oh yeah, work very hard. Yeah, that's my live streamer. Yeah, Guatemala's good people, man. Yeah, have a good one. Take care.
Good luck, man.
So guys, there's the mountains. You can go camping. So they got volcanoes all over. That guy hated Trump. I told him for the United States. But yeah, it's, I don't know, man. It's like, it's tough because yeah, Guatemalan are good people, you know. Like, we're lucky they want to come to the United States, work and stuff. But at the same time, you know, I do like a lot what the MAGA is doing. They're fixing a lot of things that are wrong with the country. Not so much in relation to like Guatemalans or anything, but I'm talking about like all the Republican stuff. You know, they're shrinking the size of the government, balancing the budget, lowering taxes. They're doing a lot of good things. But the whole migrant problem was a problem created by the Democrats because they invited people to come illegally. They didn't have to, you know, if you were from like Japan or like Morocco or England and you want to come to America and work, it's very hard. You couldn't do it legally. But the Democrats said, hey, you can come across the border illegally. And then a lot of criminals came and psychopaths and things like that. So they're just trying to fix a problem that the Democrats created, but it's kind of a bad situation overall, you know. So, but a lot of the people that like, there's millions of Guatemalans in America right now. They're just working and they got like visa status. They weren't illegals, you know. But if they did come illegally, yeah, it's like they could be, you know, expelled from the country. But that's true in any country. If I go to Thailand illegally, me or you, we go to Thailand illegally, cross the border, or we overstay our visa, or any country, Japan, we would get thrown in prison and ejected from the country. You know, so what America is doing is not different than any other country, but Latin America might not see that way because Latin America is like the only part of the world where you can overstay and stuff in these countries. They don't care. Like I overstayed in Argentina a month and the immigration guy was like, just pay $20. He's like, come back anytime. You know, they don't care here. So they do kind of look at it as like heavy-handed maybe, but most of the world is like that. Latin America, they kind of have lax immigration though, you know, the whole continent. But it's kind of a bad situation, you know. I have mixed feelings about it, but you know. You guys, let's go back. Hey, hola, ¿cómo estás? A lot of traffic here. Gracias. Yeah, well, Guatemalans are part of that too. I mean, a lot of it was like, you know, it was all the Latin American countries, and even outside, it was like there was a lot of Chinese and other countries too. It wasn't just Latin America, but it's kind of a. But you know, Guatemala is one of the big migrant countries to America. But before this whole Biden and the immigration crisis, there was like already millions of Guatemalans who either live in the United States or come and go. You know. They got legal status or work visas or whatever, or they're naturalized citizens, but their roots are in Guatemala, or they come back here. Like when I was on the plane here from Miami, the whole plane was full of Guatemalan people. There was maybe 4 or 5 Americans from what I could see, and like 200 Guatemalans. You know, they mostly they're speaking Spanish. They look Guatemalan. You know. So. Hey guys, where's the square at, man? We were a little bit lost here. Oh yeah. There's another thing. Like, if you're in America, what other country does this? If you're there, like let's say you went there illegally, and you're kind of like you're shit, like you know, you don't know what to do, right? You're in a bad situation. Maybe you don't have a lot of money. You can't leave easily. The Trump administration, they'll buy your if you turn yourself in, they'll buy you a plane ticket and give you $1,000. No other country does that in the world. Don't listen to these Democrats, they're full of shit. But it is kind of a bad situation anyways. But you know, if you're illegal, you just go on an app and they'll buy you the plane ticket and give you $1,000. You know, so they're not like trying to be inhumane or like, you know, but it's a tough situation that the Democrats created, you know. I don't know. A lot of people have been yelling at their cars. Mostly been smiling and nice, but I don't know what that guy was saying. I've had about 15 people yell at me at their cars in the cities. Mostly nice or saying hi. Like, do you think Thailand would do that? Imagine you overstayed in Thailand or entered the country illegally. Like, oh, we'll buy you a plane ticket back to America and give you $1,000. That's what America is doing. $1,000 so you have some money when you get home. You know? There's a lot of political hatred and bullshit going on. Don't, you know, and maybe sometimes there is like a bad luck story. Like, damn, this is kind of sad. Like, families, you know, getting separated or something. But it's like, I don't necessarily agree with the whole thing anyways to begin with, but it's like you can't believe anything you see on social media or the news because everything is a political agenda now. There's no just neutral reporting, unbiased reporting, you know. Everything has got political agenda to it. Like, I'm political too, but you'll probably hear more unbiased opinion from me than anybody, just about anybody. Hey, copy paste. Big ups, copy paste. Thank you. Thank you, copy paste. You know, the Democrats, they wanted to cause chaos and sow chaos, and it wasn't even about like they wanted like votes and stuff. They just wanted to cause chaos, and that was their means. They thought to get power. But people started to see through that. Okay, it's the main square over here. Yeah, I feel pretty good now after those coffees and sugars, guys. That's what I need. Altitude sickness is going away. But yesterday, definitely something was amiss. I almost forgot to pay. That's why I like to pay up front, because I do get distracted live streaming. I like to pay right away, but I caught myself, I remember. That's what the George Floyd riots were like. There's definitely always been a problem with police brutality. You know, the auditors have helped with keeping the police in check in America. So there's definitely big problems there. And that guy was probably, you know, I don't know, I didn't look into it, but I know he was like a criminal, but he was also a victim. You know, he was a victim of police brutality, and he died. He may have been high on drugs or acting crazy, but still, he didn't need to be chokehold like that. So that was a bad thing. But the Democrats rooped that up. They try to get everybody, because Trump wasn't president at that time. So they whipped that up and stirred that up as much as they could. And they were doing it even before that for like months in the news and trying to stir up people. And so they were just trying to sow chaos, you know, every way they can. Even then, maybe that's what COVID was all about, you know, worldwide. So it's like, they're real evil, man. Evil people, dude. Everybody's seeing through them. And it's not just in our country, a lot of countries, this political class, established political class. It's not saying there's Republicans like that too, but it's not a Democrat-Republican thing. It's established political elites. They're causing a lot of problems in the world. Europe too. Look at what's going on in England right now. They're throwing like YouTubers in jail. Social media, just they said something they didn't like or something. This is the main square. Yeah, they're like this Gestapo coming to the YouTuber's house. You know, they get your information and they just show up at your house, put you in jail, dude. You said something they thought was slightly apolitical, politically incorrect, or maybe they thought was racist. It may have not have been, but they construed it that way. Or well, they didn't not line up with their politics. They could come to your house, Instagram posts, Facebook posts, YouTube. That's happening in England right now, in UK, which is supposed to be one of the, you know, which was one of the founders of liberty in societies. You know. One of the pioneers of that. Yo, Hank Johnson with the $2. Thank you. Thank you, Hank. Thank you, Hank Johnson. Thank you, Hank. No big up sync. I gotta get a lunch, guys. This might be a long bus ride. So we're gonna, I think I had a place bookmarked, but it's back that way. Let me see here. What time is it? Let me see. Already 1 o'clock. I gotta catch this bus at 2, I think. I don't want to catch the 4 o'clock bus. It's a long walk to the bus station. I might need a taxi or something. I don't know if they got any taxis in this town. I'm gonna have to just grab something quick, guys, on the road. Not sit in a restaurant. Let's make our way to the bus station. I'm not gonna take a chicken bus this time. I'm gonna take a regular bus. It's a long bus ride. Those chicken buses can be rough. The bouncing and ride a smoother bus. There's Mickey D's. I'm gonna find something else. I only ate fast food, I think, one time in this country. That was Taco Bell because I just wanted to try it out and I regretted it actually. Afterwards, it didn't sit well with me. Fast food always tastes good, but doesn't sit well with me. So I have to find something on the go quick. So I need to go north. Okay, it looks like the bus station is about a mile and a half or so, 30-minute walk. Plus leaves an hour and 15 minutes. I don't get SSI. I don't get anything, Diego. Actually, I'll just ban you, dude. I don't get anything. I've never gotten anything. I've always supported myself, self-sufficient. I never asked my family for money, nor did I get anything from the government, dude. You're just banned, dude. You're stating it like it's a fact, like you know it. In fact, yeah, those are the kind of trolls I really dislike, man. You're banned, dude. Get lost. I'm not on it. I never had a. I didn't even take stimulus checks from the government. They were giving those to everybody. I've never taken anything from the government. If I needed disability, like I really needed it, there's nothing. I would take it if I was like in a wheelchair or something. But I don't need it. I'm not disabled. Screw you, dude. Yeah, Bird Dog, big ups. I don't even know what you guys are talking about, but that guy's just flat out lying and making shit up. So. And these guys, you never see these guys. They always got some name. I've never seen Diego before. There's always some random asshole. Get lost, dude. They always make up their alt accounts, their SAC accounts. They make up, so it's like the same half a dozen people giving you a hard time with alt accounts. There's nothing wrong with getting disability if you need it. I don't need it. If I was getting it, that'd be scamming. Because I'm obviously not disabled. So yeah, guys just flat out making shit up and lying. Some countries give out that really easy, but I don't think America does that. But there are still people that are capable of scamming the system in America. But those disability type things, it's a decision that's made by
by like an administrator, which was like thousands. It's quite possible if you know the right person, you just got a little like lower back pain or something, yeah, you could scam a system, but it's not designed for that. In fact, they're making it tougher. But there are some countries, they'll just willy-nilly hand out stuff to anybody, checks, you know, benefits and stuff. But especially in Europe, a little tougher in America. But there is a lot of scamming in the system in America too, so. Yeah, well, that guy could have said, "Oh, Billy, he's probably, you know, he's probably on SSI or something like," or joke around about it. Oh, he must be disabled on SBI, like state in a joking manner, or like he said like it was a matter of fact. So you know, like he somehow knows, and he has, and it's like he said like, it's like a matter of fact. So had he said it the other way, I might not have even done anything. But he's in there, you know, telling my big supporters like Bird Dog, like matter of fact, I'm, you know, which is total bullshit. In fact, I've never taken anything from the government, anything, not even food stamps, but anything. Which food stamps, anybody can qualify for those. You get $200 a month on food. Those are easy to get for anybody. You just have to make like less than $25,000 a year or something. All right, guys, we got to walk to the bus station. Yeah, I've been self-supported my whole life. I said that many times. Since I was 18, I had a job, and then I started a business. Then I did poker, then I bit back to the business, then I did YouTube. So 27 years of travel and making my own way. Never got rich, but done okay. And Nirvana. Not only that, I've always helped people. Like when I had business, I helped a lot of other people, and I had employees. I employed people for years, gave them paychecks, paid their paychecks, you know. When I was YouTube, I've always helped other people, you know, YouTube, helped other YouTubers and streamers. So not only have I not take advantage of the system, but I've helped people in the world. Anybody that has followed me on YouTube knows, like, I've done a lot for a lot of people on YouTube. Just nothing to gain from it, just you know, being helpful. You know, the guy I gained the most from YouTube, that actually like was Sean. Like Sean helped me a lot. He was in a lot of my videos and helped my videos. I ended up helping him too because he ended up starting a channel and made money later. He had a big channel, so, but yeah, he helped me a lot, you know, with content and stuff. Sean in Wonderland. And he wasn't trying to, he just didn't mind the camera, and he was, you know, hanging out, and maybe he did want to help me, but he ended up helping me a lot with my channel, Sean. But it ended up working out. Inadvertently, I helped him too when he started his channel, you know, so it's like the scratch back thing, what's that called? You scratch back, the way the world works, you know. You help people, they help you. Even not trying to help someone really, it works out that way, you know. You're open and nice to people, the way the world works. If you're like closed off and you're selfish, you only want to, you know, you only care about yourself, and you don't want to be involved with anybody, you're paranoid and all that, then that's, a lot of YouTubers are like that. They don't want to collab with anybody. They think everybody's a troll or a threat or a problem or a cause of problems. I've collabed with 100 people, you know, on Never had a problem with any of them. There's a restaurant here. So, restaurant. I don't know if I got time, guys. I gotta get something quick to eat. And no, Kelly's been he's a very open YouTuber. He works with a lot of people. He doesn't travel, but he's very open actually. Kelly's not closed off YouTuber. A closed off YouTuber won't even mention other people's names. Like everything's a thread, or it's their clout or their cake, or they won't even like mention another YouTuber or vlogger. They don't want to promote them or anything. And they would never like collab. If they see a fan of theirs in the street, they'll just say hi and like run away. There's a lot of YouTubers like that, mostly vloggers, but they don't want it. They're just doing, maybe they want to do their own thing. That's fine. They don't want any complications. They don't. But everything they look at as like another person's a complication. But there's nothing that kind of attitude. Kind of, for one, you're not really helping anybody else out in the world. You're selfish, and then two, you're hurting yourself in the process too. Yeah. But that's throughout life. There's people like that, not just on YouTube, social media. Like you go in business. I remember in business there were people like that. They're like, everything was. They would only talk to you if they were like doing a deal with you, or like everything was just about them. Closed off, and they didn't want nothing to do with anything, and they did their business, but they would never like, it's kind of hard to explain. But then there's other people that are like just friends with everybody, and they're doing business too, but they're also like, the business is like an extension of their life. They're just friendly and they help everybody, and help in a business form, but okay, guys, we need to find some food, man. And actually, I was a very closed off vlogger too. I was a bit like, well, I just want to make videos. And I was like, I didn't want to, actually I was successful. So like, too, very successful. I didn't want to like get involved with anybody or anything. I was like that. Then I kind of learned over time, like life's too short to be like that. You open yourself up, you start making friends, I did that with Chuck Wow and Sawadi and all these people. I started live streaming and I met like dozens, hundreds of people. But before, when I was a vlogger, I didn't meet anybody. I just knew a few friends like Sean, and that was it. If I did meet somebody that recognized me, I was like, I don't really talk to the guy that much or anything, Yeah, I was just out for myself. So at that time, But I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing. But you gotta remember, life's short. Like, if you're just gonna be, you gotta make friends, meet people, interact. I'm not a social butterfly, but I like that, Now, if for some reason I were to go back to the way I used to be on the vlogging thing, I kind of earned that because like I already met a lot of people and helped a lot of people. So if I do go back to like, I just want to make videos. I don't want to be, I got other things going on in life, then I just do that. I just go make videos, not running like a social thing. But yo, Chris with the $5, big ups, Chris. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. I see some street food there, chicharrones y carnitas. Big ups, Chris. Most of the guys in our channel, live streaming genre, they're all kind of the same way. Nobody's real closed off. I wasn't talking about live streamers or anything. We meet up with each other, we talk about each other, we give each other shout outs. We welcome each other in the chat. We don't like, oh, that guy's a live streamer like me, I'm gonna ban him. People will do that. They'll just ban you just because you're a streamer. The closed off YouTubers. They'll ban you because you're another YouTuber, no other reason. A lot of people are like that, but not people in our community. Our community is actually really good, you know. Yo, big ups, Chris, man. 5 British pounds. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Good old days of Pad Thai lived up to its reputation. Wow, guys, we already made it to the bus stop. It's like 2 blocks away. That was quick. So I need to find something to eat. It wasn't that long of a walk as I thought it would be. There's a bus thing right here. Rutas de Occidente. I was thinking about going to Guatemala City, but I'm actually quite open-ended. If I see something else, I might go for it. Here's a pupusa. I go for some pupusas. There's somebody there though. It's a little sketch. Yo, big ups, Curse. Thank you everybody for the super chats. Jack Star coming in again, dropping 50 British pounds. I'm gonna just get something quick, guys. I don't have a lot of time. I saw a place here. I don't know what this is. Chicharrones y carnitas. Seems like not many eating options in this town. Doesn't look that great though. Nobody there either. I don't know, man. That's pork. I gotta get something, man. This could be a long bus ride. I gotta figure something out quick. Yeah, I'm not going to stream the whole bus ride. Just going to stream a little bit of it. I mean, it's going to be like a 4-hour bus ride, guys. You want me to stream the whole thing? Oh, here we go. Here's some. We get some of this, maybe. Hola. Buenas tardes. Looks like fried chicken and French fries. Maybe move on here. I didn't want fried chicken. I wanted those tortillas, but I wanted like maybe rice and beans. If we go back to that pupusa place, that place, I don't know, didn't look too good. Maybe it was good. I haven't had any bad experiences with food or anything here. No reason to be paranoid. I just have to take whatever I can get, man. I'm not super hungry, but I want to get something to eat before the bus ride. Trailhead's gone. I think nobody's seen him for like 6 months. He used to be on everybody's channel. He just left the genre, or maybe he changed his name. Maybe he's somebody else. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, shout out to him. You know, you don't have to. Maybe he had enough of it. You know. This might be a bar. I need something quick. Yeah, this city, it's got a lot of character. I think could be a cool place to live. I'm on the fence about it a little bit because I think think it's, you know, city probably need like a motorbike transportation. You need transportation. There's no good transportation here. There's no public transport, nor taxis, no tuk-tuks. I don't know why that is, but all the other little Guatemalan cities had tuk-tuks and stuff. So, but I'm on the fence about it. It's got a lot of character. It's a cool city. But the elevation, I guess, is something you would get used to. It's probably good for you too, long term. It's got a lot of traffic though, and see, like loud motorbike, things like that. It's a cool apartment building. That's Art Deco, probably back from the 30s. Art Deco was only made in the 30s, before World War II. Yasmin Wu with the 10 British pounds. Thank you. Get something to eat and drink before the bus ride. Be safe, Charlie. Thank you, Yasmin. Man, the British pounds. Most of our super chats are like British pounds these days. We get the British pounds, man. Thank you guys. Big ups to England, UK. Maybe I should go back to England, man. Get some more subscribers. I did get like 800 subscribers from England when I was there, I think, or 500, something like that. Which my channel is pretty good. Yeah, big ups, Yasmin. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of my super chatters are English. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you, Yasmin. Yeah, we had Jack Star, we got Nigel, we got Mark Diesel, so many British super chatters. Trawhead was actually, he would super chat Aussies, but he was actually from England too. He was from London, but he was living in Australia. So even he was English, Trawhead. I'm heading to get out of this town. I'm not sure where I'm going. Maybe Guatemala City. I didn't really have dinner last night. I need to get some sort of food. Thank you, Yasmin. Sorry. Like I told Kelly, though, you get the most super chats from England, but you also get the most supporters. But you also get the most trolls from England too. He's got a lot of that too. He's got like big supporters and big trolls from England. Maybe there's some food here. This looks like a beer place. Let's see, maybe there's some food here. I don't know. Oh, this is like a drinking place, I think. I don't know. Hola, ¿tenés algo por comer?
Sí, ceviche lo ofrezco.
¿Qué tienes?
Ceviche.
¿Ceviche?
Sí.
¿Algo más?
Solamente lo ofrezco.
Solo ceviche? Okay, gracias. I got ceviche is actually real popular here in Guatemala. I haven't had it yet. I've never had ceviche. I'm kind of scared to try it because it's like raw seafood. But by the park, I saw there was like a pickup truck selling ceviche off the pickup truck, and man, he had like 10 people eating it. You know, that's all they had there. Here's a lunch. Look at something here, guys. I see a restaurant here. Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Tenés almuerzo típico?
Sí.
Ok, eso. Gracias.
Voy a ver qué le ofrece.
¿Y por tomar?
Sí, hay licuado de fresa, piña y papaya.
Piña.
Piña, muy bien.
Gracias. Little restaurant here, guys. Big ups. Cool little restaurant. These restaurants are real little affairs. I get some breakfast. hopefully I got time. If I miss the bus, I'll just have to go catch a later bus or maybe stay in town here. But I think food right now is more important. It's like there's always a bus I can catch. Worst case scenario, I go back to the chicken buses. You know, go back to that neighborhood. Actually, guys, I've actually given it thought. You know, if I were to leave the community.
Perdón, hay tres cosas.
Sí.
Hay tortas de carne, una cosa que se llama chifrijo, que es comida de Costa Rica, que es arroz, frijol, carne de cerdo y pico de gallo.
Sí.
Y también tenemos pescado.
Lo segundo,
El chifrijo.
frijoles, arroz.
Sí.
¿Tenés plátanos?
Sí.
Me gusta eso.
Ok, plátano maduro es que nosotros el chifrijo lo presentamos con plátano verde.
Ok.
¿Está bien?
También.
Muy bien. Y licuado de piña, me dijo, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Y lo quiere frío o al tiempo.
Frío. So they got like, he said they had 3 things, like a torta, that's like a sandwich, like a Costa Rican plate, so it's food from Costa Rica, which is similar here. It's like beans and rice and stuff. I requested plantains, and he's gonna bring me some pineapple drink. I don't know what the third thing he said was. I didn't understand that too much. He said he had 3 things to serve, 3 things to eat, or just eat whatever they give me. I get 3. Go big ups, guys. Yeah, we're kind of flexible. Where we're gonna go, what we're gonna do. I had a thought maybe I go to Guatemala City, but the hotels are very expensive in Guatemala City. They don't really have cheap hotels there. It's kind of like $50 and up minimum. They don't really have like a lot of tourists in Guatemala City either. So it's just like business travelers and stuff, or well-off locals. They don't really got like, they do have some hostels in Guatemala City, but I don't want to stay in a hostel. Hostels are like $10 per night. Maybe we'll take another chicken bus somewhere. It's just a little family eatery, little somebody's house, and they got a little restaurant here, 4 or 5 tables. Same thing in Thailand. A little shop house, a little restaurant downstairs. Yeah, I was on the coast. There isn't much on the Guatemalan coast. It's kind of like desolate, but it's very hot there. I was there, but you just gotta get lower altitude. Like a lot of cities are around 5,000 feet. That's fine. This is 8,000. There's a big difference. A lot of cities are 5,000 or 6,000. It's not too bad. But I might already be adjusting to the high altitude. Anyways.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Morocco sometime. Morocco's a beautiful place, man. But we talked about people harassing you. I was there once for a couple of days. They harassed the hell out of me, man. They even had a guy pull a knife on me. But I think that was mostly in just a couple of cities they do that. I don't know. They don't do that in the whole country, I don't think. I visited 2 cities in Morocco, Tangiers and Xela. Xela, everybody was cool. I smoked some hash in Xela. First time I ever did that, man. That was from the hills. They just did it right in the cafes there. That was good stuff. It's right from the hills. Yeah, it was a beach town too. It was a beautiful place, and I only stayed like 3 nights in Morocco because I was in Spain. But Tangiers was a nightmare. Everybody says that place is bad. People just harass the hell out of you. But then I made it to Xela, and I was staying in this like beach home. It was like $25 a night. There was a grandma and her daughter. I was the only person there, and they cooked me this beautiful fish meal. Amazing meal. I had in the cafe. I had a hash. The beach, walking town. It was a great experience. But then the next morning, I took a taxi back to Spain. Got back on the boat and left. I didn't have a lot of time actually. I was only there briefly in Spain for a couple of weeks. So I did go check out Morocco for a few days. Yeah, but yes, that was like 2002, a long time ago. I was only like 21 years old. I'd like to go, always wanted to go back to Morocco and see more of the country. You know? Copy paste, man. No, keep it family friendly, man. No obscene talk in the chat. We have a lot of different people watching my stream. You know, I have a lot of Guatemalans subscribe, and you know, young people and stuff. That tour guide. I don't want no filth in the chat. You know, take that somewhere else. No offense, but you know. There's a lot of different people that watch. There's old ladies that watch, you know, for America. Even some of my family members watch my streams, so you know, no filth in the chat. You're going to Morocco this year? Well, Rockstar, I don't know. That was a long time ago, man. Maybe, you know, maybe I just got lucky. And actually, the whole story, I wasn't there to smoke. I never even did that in my life. I still don't do that. But like a street hustler kind of pointing me in that direction. I got the good stuff. You know, maybe you won't get good stuff if you go there now, or you get scammed or something, or it's just mediocre. But it was like right from the hills, so it was top notch. That's why I never liked smoking marijuana, because I experienced the best of the best. Nothing like ever matches up to that. You know, it's like I have no interest. But if they still have that, maybe I would try it again, because it was really good. It was real smooth. Like you weren't like, you're just like chill, like you're just sitting there chill, and you're like happy and chill, and like you felt good. It was just like having, you know, relaxing. It was good stuff. Yeah, I never experienced anything like that before. But there, it's like part of the culture. You know, it's not, or it used to be. It's just grown in the hills, and they sell it in the cafe. And people, there were other Moroccans doing it in the cafe, you know, just sitting around smoking. You know. But yeah, it's a very exotic. I don't know how expensive it is there, but if it's like here, it'd be worth going to Morocco. I don't know what the live streaming situation is. That would be a good country for me to live stream in the summer or something, or sometime. Maybe Morocco, maybe Egypt. Egypt is like not really good travel experience. It's not like Egypt's pretty rough. It's kind of like India, Egypt, but it could be good content. But Morocco, you can actually enjoy yourself and relax, have a good time. You know, it's beautiful, beautiful cities and scenery. Yo, what's up, Road Dog? Yeah, that's good content. If I could go to Egypt and stream,
getting harassed by locals, that's like good live streaming content, man. I think Chris went there, but he just went to the beach town, which is more relaxed. It's more chill. Like you got to be in Cairo and stuff. And they harass the hell out of you, man. I remember one traveler, he used to live stream a lot. Who's that guy from Italy? He's Polish, Italian. He's a travel vlogger. He used to live stream a lot too. I think he stopped. Anybody remember? He was gonna meet Jonathan North in El Salvador. He was doing some streams from Egypt. I forgot his name. Anybody remember him? He's an Italian, Polish travel vlogger. Jonathan North was trying to meet him in El Salvador, and he just like blew Jonathan North off. Because like somebody, they were both live streaming at the same time in El Salvador, and somebody said he's like Cheap Charlie's friend, and like he didn't want anything to do with Jonathan North. So most of these travel vloggers, they think I'm just some kind of like toxic, terrible person. Anybody remember who I'm talking about? I guess that's on the tip. Michel Ponte, that's it. Michel Ponte. Yeah. So he was doing some streaming in Egypt, but I don't think he was there very long. Michel Ponte, that's it. Yeah, I think that was really the way he really disrespected John, because like they were like within a block with each other. They were both streaming, and Jonathan North wanted to meet him. So some people in my chat and Jonathan's chat were going in his chat saying, Jonathan North, Cheap Charlie's friend, wants to meet you. Yeah, he was just like, nah, I don't want to meet him. It's like, it's like, I actually was always nice to Michel Ponte. I gave him shout outs. I was just nice in his chat. But like, and that was Jonathan North, it wasn't me. I was always nice to Michel Ponte. But they were like within a block of each other in the capital, and just like, but that's how a lot of vloggers are. So, they're just very like, they don't want to deal with they don't want to know anybody, He would have met Baldwin Bankrupt or Balder, but like just, a smaller YouTuber or something, he would want to, He's not that big, he wasn't a very big vlogger himself. He's like 100,000 subs. He was really struggling, I was actually trying to help him some. I gave him shout outs, and he was trying to make a go of it. So like meeting with Jonathan North would have just helped him, even just a little bit. It all helps, Maybe you got to do a few super chatters, a few subscribers. They could have hung out together for a few hours, they talk, drink, and but you didn't want anything to do with it. So it's like a lot of people are like that. A lot of vloggers. I've dealt with hundreds and hundreds of vloggers and streamers. I've seen all types. But he's not a bad guy. He's a nice guy. Maybe he was just paranoid or just didn't want to deal with anybody else. But yeah, he did some streaming in Egypt. I don't know if Michel Ponte still vlogs. I haven't seen his channel in a year or two. Wonder if how he's doing these days. Another thing I noticed with vloggers, like there's clique behavior, like a clique mentality. So like, I will talk to you, you're a friend of somebody in the clique of like 5 or 6 people, and the main people in the clique are like 4 to 6 people maybe. So if they vouch for you, that dude kind of knows you then, and they might talk to you or hang out a little bit. But man, most vloggers are just very like closed off or cliquish, And actually, I said I used to be closed off, but I don't know if I ever was, because, when I was starting YouTube, David Bond like emailed me and wanted to meet me. And I was like, cool, So I don't know if I was ever even closed off. But to be fair, David Bond was a bigger YouTuber than me at that time. He had like 30,000 subs. I had like 20,000 subs. I was always, even back then, I was, when I was anonymous, I was open to people pretty much. I didn't like. Yeah, but you're on TV. I think what it is too is like somebody will see, especially like this goes with both newer vloggers, so like little guys, maybe a couple thousand subs just getting started, also more established vloggers, with 100,000 subs. They kind of see a guy getting trolled, and even though the guy might only have a few trolls and they want like nothing to do with him, like Fat and Broke, for example. I went on Fat and Broke's channel, gave him some super chats. He was really nice to me, Luis Cabo was on his channel, but like Fat and Broke does get trolled a lot. He says it's just a few people that do it, but like a lot of people, Fat and Broke was trying to meet up with a lot of people, collab with them and stuff. Nobody wanted anything to do with him just because he has a few trolls. Like everybody gave him the cold shoulder, everybody treated him like crap, So, I mean, I'm both big in, because I was following Fat and Broke quite a bit for the last few months. Now he's mostly streaming on Kick, but But streamers don't do that to each other. Streamers are cool because all streamers got trolls, and we understand kind of the situation. We understand how it works, So like you see the IP2 guys, they're all cool, like you're a streamer. Like Suspendos was cool with me, and they like, yeah, come on, man. They just want to make sure you're not one of their haters, because like Suspenders, he has a lot of haters. They're a little like on guard a little bit. Like, this guy one of my haters, But once he kind of figures you're not out, you're not like that, then they'll welcome you in their community. Yo, what up, Jeff? Long time no see. Get over what? What am I gonna get over? What are you talking about? I'm talking about the dynamics of interaction with vloggers and streamers and stuff. I just made you my Jeff, big ups. I met Jeff a long time ago, 6 years ago. Guys, when you're a streamer too, like half of what you do is like about community, So I don't talk bad about people, but we talk about other streamers and other things that go on. But vloggers, they just make videos, like that's their job. They don't have a community, or they got people that follow them, but live streamers have like a real life community. They meet their subscribers, they hang out with them, other streamers. So half of like live streaming is community, and the people that follow those streamers follow them for years, Jeff says, focus on yourself. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not just being about myself. Like, I want to grow this community. I want to make the Thailand genre and our community. It's been stagnant the last few years. I want to triple the size of it, So I want to find like more streamers. That's why I was thinking of doing like a free streamer crash course. If you're up and coming, or if you're a vlogger, you want to switch to streaming. Let's say you got 50,000 channels and you want to make some more money. You're not doing good, 50,000 subs, but your channel's kind of dead. I'll do a streaming crash course with you on the streets in real time. Or you're a new guy kind of starting out. You need some clout, you need some instruction. I can do that for people, Some of those guys, they may go far with it and maybe become part of our community, grow our community. I think I might do that and I get back to Asia, something like that. Because, we need some proactive action, because this genre is kind of, it's doing okay, but it's not doing great. So
we need some new streamers, more streamers. That's, I was helping out Kelly and Nitro, but that's like just 2 guys in last year. They already had their own streaming community and stuff before the Thailand genre got to know them, They already had their own thing going. But if we can find more people like that, maybe more travelers, maybe back in Asia and stuff, we find more people, whether they're vloggers or they're streamers, we help them get them going. Just like with Nana Pips, But Nana Pips never really became part of our genre. She's more in the IP2. We need to try to build this genre up. See, Kelly and Nitro both brought, they actually added people to the genre. So that's good too. So they helped grow our genre too. They grew a little bit, but they also grew our genre. We need to find people that have vloggers that have subscribers. They want to switch to streaming, or maybe a little channel, but he's got a little community, a little streamer, and we help promote them. Give them a streaming crash course. Big ups, guys. Cheers. Well, this doesn't have to just be based around Thailand, just be a travel community or just live streamer community. So, I think Kelly and Nitro have both been really good for us. They've injected some new life into our community. So you got some guys like Jeff in Northcote, they get bored of like guys like me and Barry, he supported all of us in the past, but to him, Kelly and Nitro, that was fresh entertainment, So you need new people and mix, and then maybe someday Jeff comes back to my channel or Barry's or whoever's, but it's good having new people, It's not just because otherwise the genre is stagnant and stale. And we already got people I think Capio and Stu D are kind of leaving a little bit the genre. A lot of the StreamYards have already left and quit last 2 years or so. Tom Powerfine's quit, or he's got another job. So the genre is shrinking. So we need more people, I was on YouTube watching YouTube all day yesterday because I was tired in my bed all day. I couldn't travel, couldn't do anything. Nobody was live all day. The whole entire community, not one person. I think Ben was the only one that was live. Nobody was live all day yesterday. Yeah, Powerfines was a huge part where this genre exists in the first place. He was, streaming for years. ¿Eres de Costa Rica?
Sí.
Sí, pensaba que he's from Costa Rica. ¿De qué parte de Costa Rica?
San José.
San Jose?
Sí.
The capital, San Jose. He's from Costa Rica. He's bringing me some Costa Rican food, which is similar to Guatemala, Central America. I didn't eat much food yesterday, so I sort of need a good meal. Hey, Mark, 2 pounds. Thank you, Mark. Big ups, man. Thank you, Mark. You got a pineapple smoothie here. That's like fresh pineapple juice. Really good. Yeah, sometimes you just ask them. I would have got like a Coke or something. This is way better. You just ask them what they have, you know. They'll tell you the good stuff they got. Pick up fresh pineapple juice. Yeah, Barfines was unique. I mean, he did a lot of great streaming, you know, like a lot of cool stuff. Like Barfines is just a funny guy too. If you watch him, like I watched, I was real bored. I was watching all kinds of stuff on YouTube, so I watched an old live stream of Stu D's because I went to see if Stu D was live. I was looking for something to watch, but he wasn't live. But he had this live stream up from last year in March in Pattaya. It was an M&M bar. Luis Cabo, Colin, Barfines, and Powerlines. It was like a star-studded panel in an M&M bar like a year and a half ago, back in March 2024. It was a Stu D stream. But Barfines stole Stu D's camera and ran off with it, just like he did to me too. And he kept streaming, and then he was like fighting with Caprio. It was like a pretty good stream. But Barfines was like totally drunk, man. That was like a funny stream, very funny stream. You can see that on Stu D's channel. Like it's still on his channel. It's like his last stream he had, Stu D's. I never caught that stream live though. But that was like a great stream. I never seen that. That was like the first time I seen that. Like Barfines was blitzed. He stole Stu's live phone, ran off with it and streamed. It was at Stu at M&M bar. It was March 2024. And that was like a hilarious stream, man, and Tom was like hilarious. You know, he was plastered, but yes, you know. Yeah, there was only ever one time. Yeah, Colin was there, Stu was there, Luis Capa was there, Mark about M&M bar was there. It started off at M&M bar, the stream, and then sometime I didn't watch the whole stream. I just watched like 15 minutes of it, but Tom stole Stu's phone and ran off with it to another part of Sleepy Cow and kept streaming. So it was a great stream by Stu. You can see that on his channel, you know. But I never caught the stream live. I never even heard it. I never seen that stream. But that was like the last two streams. If you look at his live streams, the last two streams, I think one was in Sexy Bar, one wasn't there, that stream. Those are the last two streams up on his channel. You know, so yo, big ups, Dewey. That's the second time Tom stole somebody's phone. He ran off with my phone and ran off. I didn't know he ran off with Stu's phone. Streaming. But actually, in my case, he didn't steal my phone, but I was in the bathroom and he like grabbed it and started modding people and stuff. So you gotta watch out when you're streaming around Tom. You might run off with your phone. Yeah, the stream is still up on Stu's channel. You can see it. It's a good stream. Yeah. There were a lot of things happen, but there was that one situation in Phuket. But I try to remember the good things, you know. Tom was a good streamer, but Westro says, I never seen somebody rub dirt in their eyes more than you. Oh, man. Guatemala's got some of the best scenery and outdoor stuff. For one, it's chill here. People are nice, so it's chill. You're not going to get stressed out. That's good. Not a lot of places aren't like that. But they got, if you like natural scenery, like volcanoes, they got the beach, the lake. This country, they got other parts, the jungle, Flores and all that part, Pedan, and there's a lot to do, and all of Central, like Costa Rica is like that too. There's a lot, but there's incredible natural scenery. It's one of the really, and it's accessible. You can go hiking up to volcanoes. You can go camping. You can, quiet beach towns on the Pacific. So, yeah, this country's got a lot going for it. I think tourism is just the beginning of this place. No, I've never been to Australia. I think he asked me on interrupt me, there's not that many, but it's kind of like a hidden gem. But this is like low season. A lot of people that would come here from like America and Europe would come here in the winter, Probably a lot of people aren't coming here in the summer. And some parts of the country are too hot. Flores, which is a popular tourist area, it's like 105 degrees there every day, actual temperature. So, yeah, this is probably like a deep and low season right now. And soon it's gonna be rainy season and stuff. So, but no, it's nowhere near as tourists like Thailand. Like I said, they get 3 million tourists a year. Thailand gets like 40 million. Might check the kitchen bus or the chicken bus somewhere. There's a city, looks like a pretty big city. I think it's called Santa Fe or something. Might be worth checking out. It's like a normal city. That'll get me a little closer to Guatemala City, but I don't think I want to take one of those chicken buses to Guatemala City. It's just going to be too rough of a ride, man. Edu travels the globe, has TDS. He's got a bad case of TDS. He's been triggered ever since I wore that hat in Thailand. But he's a long time follower of mine. Garcia. I don't have that anymore anyways, man. I don't have that. That's my, who are you to tell me what political stance somebody should take? Let me time you out as you take a time out. That's your opinion. I have a lot of Democrats in the chat, friends. You're just all upset. You're acting like a TDS person. Take a 5-minute time out, Garcia. Yeah, he's acting like Elon Musk, car scratcher, one of those guys that scratches the cars. He's been ranting about it for 6 months. He's the only person I think that has TDS in my entire community. Yeah, he's one of these car scratchers, Tesla scratchers. Yeah, I've never given a Democrat a hard time in the chat. You ever see me? Like, I have a lot of Democrat viewers, or liberals, or socialists. I never ever give them a hard time for their political beliefs. He's giving me a hard time for, you know. You ever see me, you know, there's that, I'm not going to name names, but I know I have a lot of liberal viewers from all over the world. And I've always got a lot of them, right? Some of my friends, you know, so I don't give them a hard time for their political views. But I can go ahead and state my views and share my thoughts. See, that's what, whether Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, that's an ugly thing. Is like, you can state your opinion and share your thoughts and beliefs, but when you hate on somebody because they got different views than you, that's ugly. That's like not, and both sides do it. But it seems like the TDS people do it way more, you know. Oh wow, incredibly. Look at this, guys. It's like a rice bowl. It's got pork. Oh, awesome, man. This is sweet. Sometimes you gotta wait for the good things, man. Gracias. Costa Rican food, like it's got beans, rice, awesome, man. Jackpot. This is like fried pork, really good. Really good stuff, man. Oh, awesome. Great meal. Hit the spot. These are really, I never had these before. These are like, kind of like fried plantains, but I never had this style. Really good. It's rice, beans, fried pork, salsa, tomato salsa, avocado, and these awesome plantain chip things. But they're not like, they're like gooey, like they're soft. They're not like hard chips. I wouldn't like them if they were hard chips. They're like, they got like a nice texture to them. Really good meal here. Costa Rican food. Wow. Awesome. Riquísimo. Mi primera vez por comer comida de Costa Rica. Mi primera vez, sí. Es muy bueno. He's from Costa Rica. Let's hit the spot here. I needed some nutrition. I didn't really eat anything yesterday. I had some banana bread, like some frozen yogurt, and some Doritos. That's all I had yesterday. I did have a little sandwich, but it was kind of sketchy. It wasn't that good. It was like just some bread with a little. It was like a third of a sandwich. I just had a few things like that yesterday. Not much food. Because I was just too tired to go get food. I was laying in my bed all day. Altitude sickness, you know. I wasn't even hungry though either, you know. There's another bus at 4, but I don't have to leave today, nor do I have to go to Guatemala City. I can go somewhere else, or I can just stay here another night. I'm flexible, you know, with my travels. So the situation was I was low on time. I had to get some food. Options for food were limited, but we ended up in this restaurant and got an amazing meal, you know, good experience. So it was worth it, you know. But there is another bus at 4 if I want to go to Guatemala City. That's what I'm talking about, being a flexible traveler. Like, you don't have to freak out. You know, if the bus is at 2, there's always other options. Like retired Chief JC said, there's always an option. So, you know, that 2 o'clock didn't work out, you do something else. But in my case, you know, I'm glad it didn't work out, because this is an awesome eating. Probably maybe one of the best meals I've had. That breakfast in Antigua, that one breakfast, and this, the 2 best meals I've had in this country so far. I had never had this before. This is like really good version of the plantain. Another thing to do, guys, in Guatemala is Samek Campi. It's in the jungle. You got to see a picture of this thing. It's absolutely amazing. Like, there's nothing like that anywhere in the world. Look up Samek Campi. So I didn't make it to that part of Guatemala. I might go there in the winter sometime. It's these natural, like, water pools that accumulate in the jungle. It's beautiful water. And it's like steps. You can go swim in it and stuff. It's amazing looking. And what are you talking about, man? You eat all kinds of healthy food. Yeah, they're like tostones or something, but they're like a little bit, they're chewy texture inside. They're not like crisp. So there's a little bit crisp on the outside. Shay says they're called patacones. Oh, okay, I never had them before. A lot of Latin American food, they put the avocado too. Dominican, they eat a lot of avocado. This is something you can make at home. Pretty easy. It's rice, beans, like salsa, tomato, avocado, fresh avocado, and fried pork. Bits of fried pork with some jalapeno topping. Only thing I couldn't make is the plantains. We don't got those in America. We don't have plantains. We could have plantains. They could export them, just like they used to export bananas from here. But Americans don't eat. They don't know about plantains. You know, it's one of the best foods in the world. Plantains. Plantains aren't the same as bananas. They're a lot different. You can't eat plantains raw. You gotta cook them or something. Grocery stores? Well, I've never seen them. That's cool. Maybe it's the Latino Americans buying them. Yeah, I finished the whole bowl. Awesome. Cheers, you guys. Big ups.
Okay.
Just about got every grain of rice. Alright guys, we gotta keep moving here. Maybe I get the 4 o'clock bus.
Son 40 quetzales. 40. Voy. Estoy cobrando la cuenta. Muchas gracias, José. Buenas tardes.
Oh guys, that was a great deal, man. It was only 40 quetzales for the juice and the $5. I gave him a 10 quetzales too. It was only 40 quetzales. It's like $5, $6 for the juice and the meal. I paid more for my coffee than that dumbass coffee in the picture. That's a great deal. If you ever come here, it's called Cafe Tico. Pura Vida. Pura Vida is a Costa Rican saying, but highly recommended. Very affordable, cheap, and economical. A very tasty, very good meal. I was, whatever he said, the price, like if he said 80 quetzales, I've been cool with that. I was very happy with the meal. If he said 40 quetzales, that's like $5. So I tipped 10 quetzales extra, 20%, 25% extra tip. That was like $1.50 tip. Yeah, very nice guy too. Costa Rica food. Fresh ingredients. I didn't know that was Costa Rican food when I went there. I didn't have an inclination of it when he said, es como comida de Costa Rica. And he said that the second thing he said, I was like, okay, try that out. He said rice and beans and all that. Sounded good to me. I didn't know what it was. I needed food, man. I gave $1.50 tip. It was
that was a 25% tip. The meal was 40 quetzales for everything. I gave him 10. That was 25% tip. What do you want me to give him? 100% tip? That was very generous. You don't even have to tip a lot of these countries at all. I gave him a 25% tip. Yeah, 10 quetzales out of 40. 10 extra. So there's another restaurant. Oh, I walked by here earlier. Okay. All right. So the whole thing with the tip was 50 quetzales, about $7.50. Okay, we gotta find the bus station. Okay, if I head straight down this road, I should come into some bus stations or something. Yeah, I think my Spanish is improving a little bit since I've been here. Every trip always improves. Here's a bus here to go to Coban. See, we could go to Coban, that's in the jungle. That's where some of that stuff is, but it's... Bus leaves in the morning though. I already missed it. You got these little bus companies. That's just a little one. Ah, shit. Damn, I fell right down in that. Caught myself again, but you gotta really watch where you're walking. That fell right down, boom, and fell in this. Good thing there wasn't a car, or got ran over. You gotta really watch where you're walking on these sidewalks. As promised, as I'm streaming, not paying attention. That's like the third time I fell streaming, man. I did that. There was a big drop off in Panja town. It was like a 2-foot drop off. I fell, but I didn't fall down. I caught myself, but I stumbled. You really gotta watch yourself walking. Yeah, that meal too, I'm full and satiated, but I'm not like in a food coma. So it was like perfect. That little bit just a little bit of meat, the rice, beans, avocado. It's not sitting heavy on my stomach. So I got full of energy. I noticed some meals, like they keep you going when you're streaming. Other meals shut you down. Anything with eggs in it, like shuts you down. Eggs make you sleepy. That meal didn't have any eggs though. So I was all good there. A little bit of pork, a little bit of meat actually is not too bad. That meat was very tasty. It was like fried pork. Man, I'm running out of breath here, walking up this hill. Short on oxygen. Need some water. It's true, look it up. Eggs can make you sleepy. I don't know why people eat eggs for breakfast. I do like eggs sometimes, but it's like a once in a while sort of thing. Like it's not, I don't know why people think they got to eat eggs every day. I eat like maybe a couple times a week, whether I'm traveling or not, whether I'm back home or whether I'm traveling. 2 times a week I eat eggs. But some people eat them every day. A lot of people do around the world. Here they seem like they eat eggs every day. Eggs are, oh man, pretty important. Mexico and here they eat a lot of eggs. But I eat them, once in a while. Thailand, they eat a lot of eggs too. A lot of cultures eat a lot of eggs. America too, England too. Japan, they don't eat a lot of eggs. They don't eat a whole lot of eggs there. Sometimes they'll put a raw egg in the rice, but not everybody does that sometimes. Oh man, I can't walk up this hill. I'm not tired from the food, but I'm tired from the lack of oxygen. Out of breath. Where's the bus station, my dudes? My cardio wasn't good anyways. Had I had better cardio coming here, I'd probably handle it better. So it's more of a compound problem situation. Several things compounded all at once to shut me down. I was already tired and needed a break. 7 days straight of streaming. The oxygen, the altitude, my lack of cardio. It's like everything hit at once. Perfect storm. But I'm back going now. Feeling a lot better today. Well, I did have a couple breakfasts with eggs. It didn't make me sleepy. Those Guatemalan breakfasts are really good. But I did have a couple meals. I don't remember what was in them. It did make me sleepy. Route test. Where's this bus going? Tell them to stop. Let's go to Coban. I don't really want to go to Coban. That's a big tourist place in the jungle. That's close to the Flores. That'd probably be like an 8-hour bus ride. I don't know if I want to go there. It's gonna maybe go back to Guatemala City. Probably leaving here soon, guys, so I don't have time to go to Coban or anything anyways. Oh, no wonder the bus stations around here, they got a highway here. I think I remember this highway. I was over by this Burger King, if I remember correctly, when I first got here. Well, the bus stations are around here somewhere. I don't know where. It says maybe there's a couple up here. They're just like little places, but most people ride these chicken buses. The main bus station's over by that park, 2 kilometers that way. That's where all the chicken buses are. That place is crazy. It's really chaotic and busy. There's a big market there, and I don't really want to go there unless I have to. There's a lavanderia, that means laundromat. Actually, I haven't seen too many laundry places. That's one of the first in this country. Ah, shit. This isn't a slum. This is like an average neighborhood. Working class, middle class neighborhood. Just an average neighborhood. Inner city neighborhood. If you're in a real slum, there wouldn't be all these businesses and stuff. Or there'd just be a big gate in front of it. You can barely get to it. I see there's all these businesses. It's just an average neighborhood, residential neighborhood. Okay, there's Flores and Petén. I don't want to go to Flores. Oh, there's Guate. Let's see if he's going to Guate. That's where I want to go, capital city. I wouldn't mind going to Flores, but it's 105 degrees every day there. I checked the weather. Hola, amigo. ¿A dónde vas?
Guatemala.
Guate?
Guatemala.
Guatemala ciudad?
Sí.
Okay. ¿A qué hora sales?
2:30.
Ahora
y medio.
Ok, sí. ¿Cuánto se cuesta por guate?
75.
75, ok.
105.
Ok, ok, bien.
Pase adelante.
Ok.
Pase adelante a la oficina.
Oh, Bagari, okay. Perfect. I didn't know they had a 2:30 bus.
Pase adelante, pase adelante.
I didn't want to ride a chicken bus all the way to Guatemala City. It's like 3-4 hours. Bus is leaving now too. Got lucky. Why is it called a chicken bus? That's what the tourists call them. That's not this bus, but the school buses that have been turned into transportation. Because livestock is often on them. I've only seen livestock on the bus once though. I've rode them about 12 times. ¿Por guate? Sí. ¿Por zona 1? Sí, ok. Mi nombre Billy. Sí. Lily Blue. ¿Cómo? In back. I don't know how to say back. Back here. Just give me a seat. I don't know how to say back of the bus in Spanish. That's what he was asking though. Out of breath in this. I gotta get out of this town, man. Guatemala City is like 5,000 feet or something, 5,500 feet. Way better. The bus will be leaving real soon. ¿Cómo?
Número 19. El número asiento está bien el número 19. 19.
¿Ah?
Para que vayas.
Oh, por la ventana?
Sí.
Sí, ok, también.
Sí, dile que se hable.
Now we're gonna descend the lower elevation, guys. We'll be fine once we get out of the high elevation. You didn't take any drugs. Gracias. This bus ride costs about $10. If I had taken a chicken bus, probably would have been about $8, so not much of a savings. Pretty good price. Gracias. Permiso.
Vamos a abordar, por favor.
Let's get some water for the trip. Gatorade. I got a little bit of water left. Let me get a cold water. Yeah, just get water. This water's 50 cents. This bus is going all the way to Petén and Flores. It's going real far. You could be on this bus for like 12 hours. My seat number. Seat 19. That's it. It's my first time being on a regular bus in this country. Looks like the bus isn't full. That's good. No, I've actually been on about 15 buses. Some days I was on 3 or 4 buses in one day. Had to transfer and stuff. Somewhere between 12 and 15. This is might be the 12th or 15th bus. I'm here not to relax, Mr. Nobody. I'm here to work and make money and see as much of the country as I can. Look at my eyes, man. They're black. Got black eyes. Altitude sickness. At least looks like I got punched in both eyes. Yes. And you guys are like making fun of me like this is easy. You don't know what somebody's going through unless you're doing it, you know. I've done good in this trip, but it's been tiring. The altitude was just kind of the punch in the stomach that put me over, knocked me back, stopped me. I don't, make things up. If I'm telling you something, it means I'm actually going through it. I'm not a wuss either, so I can handle a lot of stuff, but not that I was real sick yesterday. I was just knocked down. I had to rest. But yeah, today I'm a lot better. I think what I'm going to do is stay in Guate, the capital city, and get like a nice hotel and splurge a little bit. Because they don't even have cheap hotels anyways. It'd be like $60 a night or something. Come here and train though. This is probably really good for you. Jonathan North said once you get out of the high altitude, like your body produces more red blood cells. So it's probably good to come. You just have to deal with the first few days of trouble, but yeah, you're good after that. Aaron. Free bus Wi-Fi. Yo, what's up, James Benson? Long time no see. I don't know. I'm gonna probably close the stream after about 15 minutes anyways. I'm just gonna relax in the bus. Maybe start a new stream later. Probably 3 or 4 hours, maybe more. Just traffic.
Mi hermano llega mañana. Mañana llega. Mañana llega mi hermano a cancelar. ¿Ah? Ajá, sí, porque me dijo que te estaba ocupando que voy mañana. Entonces llega mañana a cancelar el día. Entonces yo vendría al sábado. Ah, bueno, entonces mañana le mando yo los documentos, ¿sí? ¿Lo había pedido?
Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna show you guys the city a little bit. Then I'll turn off the stream as we're driving through the city though. I'll show you that. Then I'll turn it off. Is there a bathroom? Yeah, there is. I didn't look, but I had a whiff of it, so. Yeah, I see it. There is a bathroom. Maybe we hang out in Guatemala City for a couple of days, check out the nightlife. Well, today's Monday. Oh, we could go back to Hooters, maybe go to some bars. I don't know, maybe check out that city center. Tommy, I booked a flight. I didn't tell you guys that, but I booked a flight last night. So I'm going to be leaving Guatemala back to America in a few days. I got a few more days left. I was going to tell you guys, I just held up on it. I'll tell you right away. Yeah, it's been a good trip. I got to see a lot of stuff. Got a good idea of the country now. If I ever come back here, it'd just be like visiting another country I always went to before. I could have stayed in Latin America for a month or two, but I gotta get back for some family stuff in June anyways. So after the family stuff is over, then I can do some other travels. Might do something in America or hiking or who knows, but do something. I don't know if that's something. Could go to Morocco, could go back to Latin America. But I gotta get back to America anyways. Sam Pepper's in China. He's doing some great streaming in China on Kick. Chris, $10.
$8 back to Guatemala City. Well, he's doing good content, whatever you may think of him. You can't deny the fact that he's out there busting his balls in China, going all over China. I saw him on a motorbike for like 8 hours, dude, driving in China. Crazy, man. He's doing good stuff. I don't know after Ohio. I might do something in America, maybe hiking or something. I don't know when I'm going to do it next. Did the whole trip cost? I went to the ATM 3 times, took out like $230, but I still have a lot of money left from the 3rd time, plus $300 or $250 in flight expenses. It cost me $200 to get back to America, $50 to come here. That's $250, about $600, $500 in cash spent, plus some hotel charges, maybe like $800, $900. But I've made $1,300 on this trip, so profit. Plus, I got a couple more days left to stream. 2 more days left. But I did spend a lot of money. It's not real cheap. I did spend a lot of money. Made a lot of money too. At the 3rd ATM withdrawal, I still have most of that money. So I really only spent maybe, including the flight, maybe $800, maybe more than that, $800 to $900. So actually, that's quite a lot. I didn't travel here real cheap. Yeah, Mr. Nobody. $1,200, $1,300, something like that, plus $100 in PayPal. I think it's maybe $1,200 on YouTube and $100 in PayPal. See, if I had spent less money, I made maybe $400 profit so far. Could have made $700 profit, almost double your profit. But I can't stay in hostels every day and stuff. Plus, you spend a lot of money streaming. Moving around a lot of buses, just spending a lot of money, a lot of cafes, restaurants. But it's part of my content, so it's kind of hard to cut some of that stuff out. And today I've already made 116, so I'm adding that to it. Thanks to Jack Star and others. Done pretty good super chats. I'm gonna book a hotel like $50 a night, something nice in Guatemala City. So, but whatever I spend in Guatemala, I'll probably make back. Probably at least break even. So
Maybe I'll even make more. Who knows? Yeah, it was 50 here and 200 back. I didn't book a round trip. I knew it'd be more expensive going back. Oh, another thing I had was a ton of internet costs. I spent like $100 on internet, $150 on internet. I was like, there's a lot of expenses. Travel Guatemala cheap. Now I know how. I've seen enough of this country. I know how to travel this country cheap. I didn't know that coming here. But some countries you just need knowledge, experience to travel cheap. But you know, traveling cheap involves a lot of discomfort. I don't know if I want to do that a whole lot all the time. The return was 200 something. Wasn't much different. A round trip ticket, 220 or something. But see, I didn't know if I was going to go to Belize or El Salvador. Maybe I'd fly out of those countries. I didn't know what country I was going to fly out of. That's why I just kept looking away. I was going to stay here or what I was going to do. Kept open-ended. We had some rain, a little bit of rain. Alright guys, I'm out of here. Peace up, peace out, big ups. Maybe see you later tonight, if not tomorrow. It'll be a marathon stream tomorrow. Talk to you guys later. Peace out. Cheers.